What it is, what it is. Yeah, I was gonna do this live later on in the week. Just wanted to get it out the way now, Sam. Feel me? We'll get rid of that little StreamYard shit in the corner. Get rid of that in due time. So I'm not too sure if I really want to rock with StreamYard or go back to the Melon joint. I'm not too sure yet. But y'all already see the topic, man. This ain't gonna be too long though, man. I'm gonna be up here, give it a little bit of time, maybe to like get off like 1 o'clock, 1:30. But it's important for me to just bring up a few things in this live. I want to talk about pretty much what the live is about. Why Errol Spence loses, why he loses to Terence Crawford. But before we get into that, I also got this live going because the Errol sexual dropped through, and on my video I made with the best chins, it was me talking about who has the best chin, Errol Spence or Terence Crawford. And in that video, I gave my honest opinion, and I was just like, listen, I can't say who got the best chin because I think both of them got good chins because they both been hurt and they both responded well to getting punched. And they both, after they got hurt, they either destroyed their opponents or got the decision against their opponents. So it's hard for me to, you know what I mean? Like if I saw Bud get rocked a few fights and then his legs was all over the place and he couldn't really gain his composure back, and then Errol never did that, I would have to say Errol got the best chin, and vice versa. But I can't say that. But yet, fuck boys come on the shit and say I'm a fanboy. I just, it's a video loading that I put out. It's probably finished loading by now. I'm not even sure. But let me salute the guy right here, Craig Smith. What's good, my guy? Salute, man. But yeah, so the dude, Yafi, whatever the fuck his name was, he came and said what he had to say. He said I was he called me a Bud fanboy. Now, a fanboy would have clearly said Terence Crawford got the better chin, clearly. But I also made it known in the video that I do think Errol Spence's punch resistance has waned a little bit. Maybe it's because of the accident. Maybe it's because all the other stuff he had going on. I mean, it is what it is. Because if you go back and watch his other fights before the accident, and he got rocked by Larte and a lot of these other dudes, he took them shots well without a weird paused up response. He didn't do all of that back then. You know what I mean? And he's doing it now. You know what I mean? He did it with Danny Garcia. That's the first time I think I've seen him do that. I think somebody said he did that before, Danny Garcia. I think that's the first time I saw him do it was against Danny. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, so the cat gets up there and he said that if my channel, all my content is about Terence Crawford and Bud, and without them, my channel is going nowhere. Nigga, check it out, bro. Look, I clearly, listen, I don't give a damn what happened to this channel, man. This channel is not my life, bro. I don't need this channel, man. I'm telling you now, like, you don't even know me, bro. And you know what I'm saying? And keep it that way. You know what I'm saying? I like that. Feel me? But I like the channel. I like my other channels, and this is what I do. You know what I mean? I like to do it. I like to create stuff. He made it seem like, yo, everything is banking on this channel. Bro, you talking to the wrong dude, son. You need to go over there to Blue Blood and all them niggas because they need they channels, bro. Without they channels, they ain't nobodies. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. You got it misconstrued with me. So then I get it. He said what he said about the boxing. And I said, yo, bro, I'm gonna jump on my live. Come on and say what you got to say. He goes and say, yo, I don't debate. First of all, if you don't debate, why the fuck you talking on my shit then? Just shut up. Don't say nothing to me, bro. Just don't say nothing. Don't If you don't debate, you would have kept your mouth shut and went over there to whole Errol Spence Strawberry some more. That's what you would have did. But instead, you over here on my shit, got no videos, got no subscribers, no nothing. It's always them niggas that got no subs, no videos, but they want to tell you how to run your shit, and they want to tell you what kind of videos to put on your shit. It's always dumb niggas, type of niggas like that. But then not only that, he said, I don't debate. I'm in Flatbush. I fight for real. Let me know. I'm like, oh, nigga, don't do that. Don't listen, man. This is now. First of all, I could tell what kind of dude he is. He probably like 20 years old. He's one of these little young dudes. And you wonder when you turn the news on, y'all, when y'all see these little niggas be getting shot and they get beat up or poked. That's why. Because these little niggas, they live for nothing. They live for nothing. They don't have their life have no meaning. Their life have no meaning. And I thank God that when I was young like that, I always had a purpose. You know what I'm saying? I always had a purpose. I'm like, yo, I got a purpose. I got into my little things and all that, but I got out of a lot of shit, man. But see, I was a rational thinker. A lot of these little dumb, you see why they dying so much? Because they don't think. They're not using their fucking head. You know what I mean? And y'all, I don't debate. How it turning from we talking about boxing on YouTube to I'm in Flatbush. Our fights, let me know, bro. First of all, number one, everybody don't fight. Everybody don't fight. I'm 42, bro. I'm 42 years old, and my fight, yo. So if I have to fight, I still fight. I don't get into that shit no more, man. I don't like fighting, man. And for a person that don't like to fight, I had at least 30-something fights in my whole life. And it was always because dumb niggas like that like force my hand or like they'll try to like, because I was always like the quiet nigga. Like I was quiet. I kept to myself. I'm out my business. And then sometimes dudes will play off that they think you a sucker. And then when you show them you ain't a sucker, then it's different. Then it's you did something wrong and you shouldn't did that. Nah, they got to try to tell them, yo, son, stay in your place, bro. Don't try to violate me like that. I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm a cool nigga. I get along with everybody, but you got these kind of cats like that. That's why shit be happening to niggas, man. Now I see. Niggas want to turn something into nothing for no reason, and then sometimes they get what they ask for. You know what I mean? And I done seen it happen so many times in Brooklyn, man. So many times, and then sometimes I see dudes that get hurt or they get killed, and then their moms is upset. And then I say to myself, yo, I get it, that's your son, but you don't even know what he just did. But naturally, she gonna be hurt because she lost her son, but I know what her son was doing. You know what I mean? Everybody else knew what he was doing. And it's like niggas don't know how to just leave shit alone. And then when shit start escalating to other stuff, and then they want to cry wolf or some shit. They want to, nah, it's too late for all that, man. You got to deal with what you got to deal with. Handle that. You know what I'm saying? But niggas is suckers out here, man. You know what I'm saying? Dub J Luckett. Salute, fam. I got Dub J. I go sub to my man Dub J Luckett, man. That's one of the day ones right there. Tanner Boy. Now Tanner Boy, excuse me. You know, we had our words. He fuck with Errol, and I respect his outlook. You know what I'm saying? And I don't even look at Tanner Boy as a. At first, he was going at it and shit. Tanner Boy he know what it is, but you know what I'm saying? Like even he's just subjective and all. Like you know what I mean? He ain't nothing wrong with the Errol Spence fans saying that Bud gonna get destroyed. I like that shit because that's like competitive shit. Like, is Bud fans that think Errol gonna get destroyed? Is Errol Spence fans think Bud gonna get destroyed? That's what make this shit fun. You know what I'm saying? That's how I like that. But when you get into these other niggas and they start talking about, yo, I'll fight, bro. Did you come on my live just to say that? I mean, not Tanner Boy, like the dude from the video. Did you just come on my video just to say you fights for real, bro? I don't give a fuck. And then I said to him, "You saying you from Flatbush? What are you saying? I don't care where you from, bro, because you ain't from where I'm from. I guarantee I know how Flatbush is, but I could tell I guarantee you it was not my where I'm from is probably 20 times worse than Flatbush, bro. So stop it, man. Stop it. Flatbush just got a whole bunch of Jamaican niggas running around, a whole bunch of Caribbean cats. And a lot of them, I know some Flatbush cats, shout out the tennis court, uh, dudes over there, Regent Place. I know about all them places over there, fucking Vanderveer, bruh. I know this little dude probably like 25 years old, and I probably was running around over there when he was still in diapers, man. Stop it, man. Stop it. You talking to the wrong one, man. I'm telling you, just relax, bro. Relax, man. It's only boxing, man. Relax. He called me a fanboy, but he mad enough to want to scrap with me over Errol Spence. Like, I don't get it, yo. So the mentality, you know what it is, y'all? Yo, I blame the '80s, bro. I'm trying to tell you, I blame the '80s and the crack era, bro. It got a lot of these little niggas fucked up in the head, bro. I'm telling you, like, it's a lot of crack babies running around, bro. Like, if y'all was, if y'all, I know crack was everywhere, but like in Brooklyn, like when I was little, see a lot of little fucking red and blue crack vials all over the place, the rooftops, everywhere. We couldn't even play in the park in some places and shit like that because it was too many of them shits laying around and shit. The needles. I remember all that shit. And his parents was the product of that shit. His parents was the fucking product, bro. Yeah, yeah. Let me read the comment. Let me read the comments. Let me read the comments. My man, Tanner Boy was like, Bud got dog and heart, but Errol by ninth round. Hey, that's Tanner opinion. I respect that. No doubt. You know what I'm saying? I think it's the other way around. I think it's 8 to 10 for Bud. But it is what it is, man. Ain't no harm, no foul, bro. Craig said they got no respect for life and the fellow human. Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. I just said, you know what I mean? The funny thing is, bro, the video, I wasn't even saying nothing about his chin. I just was like, yo, I think both of them got chins, bro. They both respond. Like when they both got hurt, they got up and whooped ass, bro. They fucked up whoever it was that hurt them. That's probably the reason why this fight is so mysterious because these dudes both like Ugas. When Ugas hurt Errol, right? It's almost like that shit clicked something like it clicked something in Errol Spence. He just got worse. He just turned into like a fucking like a machine, bro. It's like Ugas was like he was like he pressing buttons. He punched the wrong gear and then put Errol in like third gear. That's what it was like. Bud get hit, the same thing. The same thing. So when you got like two people like that, it's a problem, man. It's a problem, man. We're gonna have a problem, man. We're gonna have a real problem in that ring on the 29th, man. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. Bud is my guy. I'm just saying, it is what it is. Like for both of them, they gotta both be careful in there, man. For like both ways, man. But I just think Errol Spence got more to worry about when it comes to Bud. Bud got some like maybe one or two things he got to worry about. I think Errol got like maybe three. We'll get into that. But I'm waiting for the homie to click. I told him I was gonna drop the live. Don't speak your mind, bro. But don't ever do that to me, man. Don't ever try to like soft threaten me on here, man. I don't play those games like that. Don't try to invite me to you, man. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm older now. If I was his age, I would have said, "All right, look, where you at?" I'm not doing that, man. And it's a lot of these little dudes. They broke. You know what I mean? They in the crib. They got tuna fish. They got all they got in their cabinet is tuna fish, sardines, refrigerator. Probably all they got is baking soda in the refrigerator and some fucking stale ass crackers or some shit like that. They want to come and they got nothing to lose. I got a lot to lose, bro. If you only knew. So you're not gonna trick me out of my freedom, nigga. Like a lot of these dudes, that's the issue. They get tricked out of their freedom. You can never trick me out of my freedom, man. You got to do a lot more to me than to just say, "Yo, come fight." And he said he fight for real. So I'm like, bro, what do you mean? Do you box? Do you box? I boxed a few times. You know what I mean? I never made it to no crazy shit, but I laced up the gloves about 3 times in my life. Not a lot, like a pro or amateur boxer, but a couple of times. And I also taught myself a lot of other things. So like when you see, if y'all was to see me like punch on the bag and shadow box and all of that, it wouldn't look like Meek Mill or fucking Snoop and shit like that. It would look more close to like a Gilly or somebody like that. But I would definitely not look like a Snoop or a fucking because even though I laced them up, I got in I was at Gleason's a few times when I was a little younger, shit like that. But after that, outside of the ring, there was people showing me a lot of stuff. Like my uncle, God bless his soul. He used to show me some things because he was in the military and shit too, you know what I'm saying? So like he was showing me a lot of skill. He knew how to fight. He had knew jujitsu. So he showed me a whole lot of shit. So I don't need I don't like that's one of the reasons I don't like to fight, because I don't like fighting, man. I'm just gonna put it like that, bro. I hate fighting, bro. Like I am like probably the least violent person you probably could meet. I'm a non-violent person, but I got like violence, like stuff deep like in me and shit like that. It's just natural. Because when you grow up in certain places and you've seen a lot of things, this is like natural shit that it does. It just grows into you, But I just contain that shit. I don't like that, bro. I don't like beef. If I could walk away and try to get out of shit, I do that for like me, so I don't put myself in a bad situation and get hurt, or so I don't have to like hurt somebody as well. You know what I mean? So it ain't worth it, man. That's why life is so precious, bro. And a lot of niggas that's dead, I know they probably would have wished they would have just like did it differently, man. You know what I'm saying? But yeah. Back to Craig said I'm 49. I'm from Brooklyn, Bushwick, to be specific. Shout out to Bushwick, man. Shout out to Bushwick. And I know exactly what you're talking, because we're from that same era in Brooklyn with these yeah, bro. They out of control, man. They out of control. And my little brother, like I was saying, I said this before, like I used to he got shot. Like when he got shot in his stomach. And my little brother is like, how old is he now? Shit, I be forgetting, man. He born in 89, so he like 32, 33 or something like that. And I told him, like, before that happened, I used to talk to him, like, you gotta slow down, bro, because I know you can fight, but everybody ain't fighting out here no more. Like, I used to tell him this shit, like, bro, you gotta chill out. But, like, he would tell me certain things. And he'd be like, yo, dudes don't want it with me. I'm like, yo, listen, man. It be the scariest ones, bro, that'll pop you. Just chill out. And I swear, no no later than like 3 days after I spoke to him about that, I get a phone call from my sister. One of my sisters called me, said, "Yo," because I was on the phone and she couldn't, like, I didn't answer it. I saw like she texted me 911, like with like the exclamation marks. I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm thinking something happened to my mom or something like that. I hang the phone up, I call back. She's like, yo, they just shot, P. Like, I'm like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, I just spoke to him. Like, yeah, yo, he in the hospital. Like, oh man, just spoke to this nigga, man. And then, shit almost got crazy. You know what I mean? So like, I get up there, the situation got, I went to visit him and shit like that. Luckily, the little homie, he got hit by a smaller caliber, but thank God, you know what I'm saying? But if it was something a little bit bigger, he probably would have died, they said. But he told me what happened, and he had fight somebody, and it was a fist fight. Just a fucking fight, bro. It wasn't no weapons, and he rode his bike home, and then they jumped in the car and followed him. And They called his name. He didn't know who it was. He looked back. He jumped off the bike. He said, dude had the gun out and he just started sparking at him. He said it was so fast he didn't even fucking he couldn't even register everything. I was like, I can understand. And I never got shot, but I've been in like, I got shot at once and other situations in my life I don't really want to talk about. But I understand how it is to be around gunfire because it's like it's everything slow down. It's like it's weird. It's like you go into this almost like a everything almost like Matrix like to you, and you could like no lie, you could hear shit. You could hear your heart beating. It's just weird. But he said the same shit. He's like he got hit, and his first reaction was to kind of like turn around and run, but he said he got to the stairs and they still was sparking at him. And he said he got to the building, they shot at him up there. They missed all them shots, missed them. And then they say they jumped in the car and just drove off. But he said he got hit and then he tried to stand up, but he said something forced him to sit back down. And he said he felt his stomach turn like it got warm. Then he said, oh shit, like he tried to get back up, but his body wouldn't let him get up. So it's like something just forced him to lay back down. And that's when my mom's came downstairs and my mom's heard the shots. It was crazy. But he lived. They put him in. They induced him, put him in like a coma, and they couldn't get the bullet out. It's still in there. You know what I'm saying? But he good. He didn't get paralyzed or nothing like that. And it woke his ass up. That's what I'm saying. I told him. I said, "Yo, bro, this is this is a wake up for you. I told you, man. I'm telling you this shit because I know I've been there. So you gotta listen to me. When I tell you to leave shit alone, don't feed into shit because you see what happened. And now he know. He got two beautiful kids. He got twins, and he living his life now. You know what I'm saying? He slowed down a whole lot. Sometimes it take a bullet to slow a nigga down or something else, but sometimes they get that bullet, it'd be too late. You know what I mean? He can't fix it. It's gone. He done. And I told him he got opportunity. He good. Move on with your life. He doing better. But to that little dude, whoever he is, man, you make go on somewhere, my nigga. You a little nigga to me. You probably ain't even 20 years old yet, man. Don't just keep it boxing. That's all. But anyway, Kimberly Adams says Bud stops Errol. Hashtag fish fry. That's an absolute fact. That's at least I believe it's fact. You know what I'm saying? So I can't say it's an absolute fact. I can perceive it to be a fact. Put it like that, right? No doubt. We gonna get into that. Mr. Golden, salute my guy, OG Golden in the house. What's up, bro? What's going on, my guy? My man Golden right there. Salute, OG Golden. Craig Smith and my boy Crawford, he about to put Errol to sleep. Snooze fast, baby. You know that. He putting him out. They going back and forth. Tay said, ain't no way these cats trying to fight over a boxer. Man, exactly, man. Like, bro, like imagine me going over to one of these dudes' channels and yo, bro, you a Spence fanboy. Bud crushing Spence. Yeah, I ain't debating you, but I fights though. We get the street anytime and fight. Nigga, that's the ultimate fanboy right there. You sound stupid, bro. Errol couldn't KO easy work. How he gonna KO Crawford? Yeah, you mean like, oh, you talking about yeah, see, that's the thing, man. Like when they talk about Bud, the KOs, y'all already know that's coming too, right? Y'all already know what they saying. Y'all know they talking about the glove stuff, and you know who started that again, right? Fanon. Nobody, it seemed like right, like after he fought Avanesian, right? You ain't really hear too much about the glove stuff. But then now we like a month out from the fight, all of a sudden, now these dudes started talking about the gloves. I'm like, oh no, don't do that. Don't do that shit, bro. And this Fanon dude, man, he gonna lead leading away, and now you're gonna see the other channels, they gonna start talking about it and shit. Like, oh God. Would y'all stop with the glove shit, man? You did that same shit with I don't even want to get into the Fury shit. I'm not saying that wasn't a thing that could have happened, but I was just puzzled about the whole Fury Wilder shit because I was just like, yo, it would have been more believable, right, if they would have left that Mark Breland shit alone with that costume shit. Because how the hell, like, it was gonna be all three? Like that shit didn't make no sense to me, man. I felt like that was a little funny style. Um, Craig says, "What's up, everybody in chat? Let's have a good Bud Crawford whipping. Spence ass. You already know, man. You know what it is." Raheem said, Errol getting stopped in 6. Junior ran when he got hurt. That bull, I can't remember his name. You talking about that Mo 3 thing? Yeah, a lot of people were saying that something about that rapper Mo 3 that died. They said that Spence and his mans, they said something about they beat up Mo 3 friend or something like that. They said I heard different things. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really speaking on that, but something about like Spence was just dead, so by association or something like that. But that's how that shit is, dog. It's just like it go like that with anything. Even if Errol ain't do nothing physically, he running with the dudes that did do something physically. And when it go down, like dudes ain't gonna be trying to separate who was who. They let everybody get it. That's what it is. And I'm glad, like, kind of like it looked like Errol kind of pulled away from like Yellow Beezy a little bit, cause it could have got crazy, and then we would have been looking at a tragedy or some shit like that. Errol Spence, God forbid, saying same thing with Shakur Stevenson. I'm just glad that that day that shit happened with what's dude name all was it Offset, the dude that got shot. Shakur was right there. You don't need to be around that kind of shit, man. You a pro boxer. You supposed to be chilling somewhere with your chick or your kids, whatever. Staying away from all that dumb shit, man. That's why I'm like, yo, Jay Prince should, yo, bro, tell him to get that nigga away from that shit, man. So I'm just glad Shakur good. I'm glad Errol ain't get hurt behind that shit because I don't look at Errol as no street dude, man. And that's the thing. He wrote Yellow Beezy is a street dude supposedly, so he rolling with the raw type of dudes, and you ain't really on that type of shit. You go catch whatever they catch. Unfortunately, that's just how it is. Terence Crawford was a street dude, so this is why I got a video coming up where I kind of why I gravitate more to Terence Crawford because he kind of reminded me a little bit, a lot of shit that his attitude towards a lot of things and what he went through or whatever the case is. I kind of like gravitate more towards like Bud with his personal life and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Ross said Errol is done. Yeah, I think there's a lot of we gonna talk about that too. That's the focal point. We're gonna talk about why he loses, in my opinion. All right, read the rest of the comments. Craig said, I really and truly believe Crawford going to make this fight look easy. I really do. And the crazy part, I think he going to knock Errol out with a body shot. You know what's crazy, bro? I had said that I made a prediction video, an older one, and I had said I think it's going to be a body shot. I think it's going to be. I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it. What I think will happen. Ross said these bitch ass niggas tell you to fight on the internet, can't fight, and Gilly can't fight either. He a kitten. I was just going by like I see Gilly when he looked like he's an okay, he got good form and shit like that when he was like, was he sparring? I think he was sparring or something like that, or hitting the bag. You know what I'm saying? I fuck with a lot of the Philly dudes though, like Gilly. I fuck with Greg Hackett. I saw that video with Hackett almost knocked dude out. That pro boxer dude got with Tom Barnett. Yeah, I fuck with Greg Hackett. I like Greg Hackett, bro. I like everything about Greg Hackett. I like his whole his persona, his outlook on boxing. I fuck with Greg Hackett, man. Heavy. I think Bud is gonna knock you out with a body shot. Oh, I think Terrence gonna knock Errol Spence out. Oh, okay. I had to read that over. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it's gonna be something else. A headshot We're gonna see. It's pressure of them cannons. A lot of people say Bud hands are big. I read that a few places. They said Terence Crawford got big hands. I never really looked at him like that. Dan Terence says, salute. Salute, Dan. What's going on? My man Juice Lee in the fucking building. What's good, Juice? What's going on? Massachusetts fishing and growing. Salute, family. What's going on, man? Y'all sub to my man Juice Lee and my man Maz. Going back and forth. Tay said, nah, it was Takeover. Okay, it was Takeover. I be getting them mixed up, bro. Takeoff, Offset be mixing me. Yeah, but Shakur could have got shot. Yeah, man, that's how that bro, listen, man. A lot of these dudes, these boxers, they don't understand, like, they don't understand how fast that shit could happen, man. Like, before you blink your eye, you get shot and you ain't here no more. Just that easy, man. Just that quick. You don't understand, man. I'm telling you. Yeah, Greg is my guy. Fuck with Greg, man. Heavy. I started liking him a lot more when he said the thing about Tank and the gloves. Like, yo, Tank was signing all these gloves, and they like, yo, where all that money going? That should be going to Tank. Like, Tank shouldn't be just giving out his autograph on gloves like that unless it's to like a kid. And I 100% agree. 100%. 100% agree with that. But yeah, why do I think Errol Spence loses the Bud? Now, I seen a lot of video. I seen some comments right on other dudes stuff like where they'll be like, "Yo, Terence, Errol Spence is gonna try to fight Terence Crawford's fight," meaning he gonna try to, you know how like Errol was boxing Mikey, like doing that kind of style, kind of trying to show he could outbox whatever they said he was trying to do. The problem with that is if Errol Spence, I think if he did do that for how long he ain't gonna do that the whole fight. I doubt it. If Errol Spence tries to outbox Bud the whole fight, what's that telling you? That's telling you for some reason Errol was extra cautious and he didn't want to really engage him. Now, what I find odd is this: like Mikey Garcia, right? Mikey Garcia, Errol said he was gonna knock him out, bro. I believe I saw that video. He said he was gonna knock him out. He couldn't knock him out. Sometimes you don't get the knockout. I get it. But look, that's why I be saying I don't like when these boxers be saying, yo, I'm gonna knock this dude out. You never really hear Terence Crawford say that. He don't never be like, I'm gonna definitely knock this motherfucker out. Or he'll say sometimes, like, I'll break you. He just told Errol was gonna break his face because Errol was saying he was gonna break him down. He's like, I'll break your face. But you'll never see I'm gonna definitely get the knockout. I heard fighters like Devin Haney say that before. Now, it's funny because the dudes that really get the knockouts like that, they don't really be talking about knocking nobody out. That's the ill thing about it. If you really think about it, only a few boxers do that. That really get them knockouts. Like Deontay Wilder used to be like, "Yo, I'm gonna knock you," and he really would do it, but he couldn't really pull it off against Fury. You know what I'm saying? But it happens, man. It happens. But if he tries to fight Terence Crawford, like tries to outbox him, I think Bud is gonna win by points. He's gonna win by decision if that did happen. I think if he tries to fight Bud like he fought Mikey, that's leaving him open for a lot of counters, bro. Because you know, Errol, Bud arm, he got a longer reach. I think you know how Errol like to do that thing where he punch you and he dip out all the way back. He'd like to do that a lot. He gonna try that shit. I think he gonna get caught with something doing that. But if he comes in, he tries to be in Terence Crawford's chest all night. I think that is where the knockout happens right there. I think that's what's going to happen. Now, here's the thing with Errol Spence. He's a volume puncher, right? My issue is, though, the more you throw, the more you leave yourself open. And that's the thing. That's the problem, man. I think that's what's going to be the downfall. I think that's what's going to be the cause of the setup for the knockout is the body shit. Like, without a doubt, he gonna touch Bud. He gonna touch him, man. He gonna touch Bud, bro. There's no way. Bud gonna be able to avoid the body shit. Is not gonna happen. I don't think that's gonna happen unless Bud do some shit where he just that good and he just knock Errol, get him out of there early. I can't really see that happening, but a lot of these other channels, they believe Terence Crawford gonna get knocked down in the first round. I heard BFTV say that. I saw. I don't remember the other channel. There was another channel that also said Bud gets knocked down in the first or the second round. Then BFTV says he thinks Bud gets knocked out within 5 rounds because of the way Avenesian was hitting him. And I'm like, all right, he entitled to his opinion, but he bugging. You know what I'm saying? He bugging on that. He bugging. Rod says he not a hater of these niggas in Philly. Hater. He not a hater. Right. I ask every channel one question. Go back and look at all Bud fights and tell me did he fight the same in any of them? Right. He fight different. Yeah, he don't fight the same in none of his fights, man. I think the Avenesian fight was like that was a tune-up. That was a tune-up for Errol Spence. I think he knew he was gonna fight Errol next. I guess he was like, this is next. I'm not sitting around waiting for no fights, bro. I mean, I'm not waiting to just fight Errol. I gotta stay busy. Because I remember, was it after he fought Sean or was it after Avenesian? Bud had tweeted, he was like, yo, I'm hungry. I'm gonna touch some. That's what he said, bro. I don't know what fight it was. The nigga said, bro, I'm hungry. I need to touch something. That's what he said. Bro, somebody like that, you gotta, Errol gonna have to get him out of there, bro. Bud is too competitive, man. And when I knew he was too competitive, I always knew he was, but when they told him he was down on the cards against Porter, he was like, what? Oh, nah, son. Oh, no. We gotta ramp this up. Steve Brim, we got Brim in the crib, the Brim stuff. My guy, motherfucking Steve Brimley in the house, man. Y'all go subscribe to the Unbiased Fan, Steve Brimley, man. Channel's growing, spectacular content. My guy speak the truth. I fuck with Steve Brimley. That's my brother from another mother right there, man. Shout out to Steve Brimley, man. Y'all go sub up to my guy. KJ, Cam Jenkins, what's good, fam? What's going on with you? Yeah, it's hard to prepare for. Yeah, man. Now I'm gonna get this another thing I want to say on this channel, on this video, on this live. Now, I don't know what's going on with 78 Sports TV. I don't know if he posted something about the whole slavery thing with Bud. I don't know if that's what's going. There's a lot going on with that because Errol came out and said the that he gonna string him up like who the kid thing and all that shit. Like, okay, whatever. But then people got an issue with that. So then a lot of the cats was like, yo, he shouldn't have really, that was kind of, he violated, he shouldn't have really said that. And dudes over there, it's funny because they started also talking about when dudes was calling Bud top rate Toby and shit like that. So it's like they try to justify one thing and then trying to be pro black and all this other shit, but then dudes just saying that. Like, so it's crazy. And then another issue I got, I had to throw that in there because I already made a video about it, but I got to throw it in here too. The Blue Blood Sports series, bro. Like, I try, listen, he from New York. I support all my New Yorkers all day. I was trying to support this guy, man. But a lot of dudes were saying he was saying a lot of stuff before, like he would, because I was always like, yo, why everybody so hard on him when it comes to the Bud situation with the BLK? But when people were saying how Blue Blood was before the BLK stuff, Blue Blood was pretty much dissing Terence Crawford on certain things too. And that's why they say Bud pressed him at the 7-Eleven. I don't know, whatever. But what I do know is he said that Carlos Adames was going into Terence Crawford's training camp for the fight for July 29th. I'm like, okay. I went over there and looked at it, and I'm thinking, I'm listening to the dude. He's not even saying nothing about that. Really, he's saying certain things about it, but I'm like, he got a picture of the old spar, and I'm like, okay, what the hell's going on? And I went to look it up. I was like, let me go see where he got this information from. Is there any boxing website saying it? And I can't find it nowhere, bro. And he know damn well. He should know. He say he know about boxing. He should already know he sparred Adonis like years ago. And I just, it's funny because I just made a video talking about that. And then he talked about Adonis is going into the training camp for Bud. And I don't know who told him that, if he just making it up. But how could Adonis be going into the Bud's training camp when he just came out of a fight? Is that the? I've never heard of a fighter coming off of a fight and then jumping right into somebody else's training camp. I don't know how that works, but that tripped me out. And then he's so arrogant that he didn't even take the video down. He didn't even change the title. He didn't take it down. He left it up. That is what you call misinformation, man. That's misinformation. Now, it's one thing to put like catchy titles in your shit, and then when people click on it, you still kind of like, you can't do that, bro. To be real, you're not supposed to, like, YouTube tells you you're not supposed to put titles up there and then the video be about something else. But in that situation, the title was fake, but the information matched the title, but the whole shit was fake. The title and the thing he said, how that was a lie, bro. It was a lie. I looked it up today. I still can't find it. Come on, man. That's not good journalism, man. Whatever you want to call it. QB was good, man. Quentin Brantley in the house. What's going on, family? Salute. KJ said, "Yo, I hope so. I want the Errol Jock Riders to go to sleep." Yo, bro, listen, man. That's one of the main reasons I don't even want to see Errol lose for Errol. Like, I don't got nothing against Errol at all. I don't like the fucking fanboys, y'all. I don't like them dudes, man, at all. Like 100,000%. I don't like them dudes, man. The Kota Kente thing. People are saying that Errol Spence, he was kind of hesitant on saying it, but that kind of talk comes from them cats over there on the other side, man. That's where that talk comes from. You know, they fuck with him and all of that. But it seemed like a lot of them dudes over there, they just like jump from boxer to boxer. You know, if they can't latch on to somebody or be a fanboy to a boxer, they move on to the next one. That's what it looked like. Tuned up. Yeah, that was definitely tuned up fight, bro. That was a tuned up fight. I had to watch the other angles of that knockout. That was a beautiful knockout against Avanesha, man. They start talking about that glove shit. I'm like, don't start, man. Please. Just leave it where it's at. Ross says, same fight with from Errol. Every fight, the Errol sexuals are crazy, but it's unpredictable. Yeah, and that's another thing, too, right? They say that Bud get hit. Now, I can't lie. Against Kell Brook, I was like, what the fuck? Like, bro, look, bro, your eye, bro. Look at your eye. I was like, oh shit, we gonna have a problem with this. I thought what was gonna happen was like Kell Brook, because Kell Brook got one of the best jabs, man, one of the best wood tools, bro. Kell Brook, and I was like, yo, his eyes just at the top of his eye was starting to fucking like it was a gash up there. I'm like, yo, they gonna stop this fight, bro. That's what I kept saying. I'm like, yo, they keep this going, he keep jabbing him like that. If he does that, his eye get closed. They're gonna probably stop this shit. But it didn't shit like it was bothering Bud, bro. Like it was almost like the shit never was even there. It was crazy, and he got his ass out of there in the fourth round. So I think Bud is what it is with him. They keep harping on this small thing. He's tiny. He's small. But I'm like, I think he's stronger than what he look. He one of them dudes that you know you see him and he look scrawny or whatever. Not saying that Bud looks scrawny. I don't think he's scrawny. He grew into the division, but you got somebody that's naturally thin or slim, and you think he weak, but then you find out he's strong as a motherfucker. Yeah, I think that's like Terence Crawford, one of them type of dudes. Juice Lee said Bud is 6. Shit, Bud get him out in 6, man. Yo, listen, them, they gonna go crazy, bro. They definitely gonna start talking about the gloves. Then they gonna say, yo, how the hell he get him out there in 6 rounds? Check his gloves. KJ, new to the channel. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Appreciate you. Nah, bro, Brim, you somebody, man. Brim, you somebody, bro. To me, you all, bro. Word, word. To me, and to E Thriller, to all of us, man. Like you somebody, man. Word. Like we fuck with you heavy, man. Like we fuck with you like big time heavy. You know what I'm saying? Like we want you to you know what I mean? Yeah, your word is needed out here, man. To combat some of these fraud channels out here. You know, we need your word, man. We need that. Oh, oh yeah, you saw 78 from he's from Milwaukee. Now, yeah, the funny thing is, as people already know, like I was actually I liked 78 because like some of the stuff he be saying, like outside of boxing, sometimes like listening to the now, like not that other stuff he was saying about they say he was the pimp. I don't like get into all that other stuff with him with that stuff. I don't really be get into that. But like some of the times he used to drop some. I used to stop by and listen to him. He'd drop some real heat. That I had nothing to really do with boxing though. But like lately, I was like I'm looking at him a little sideways because he said he'll say something good about Bud, but then you gotta look up some other shit and he saying something else. So it's just like, I mean, which one is it, bro? Yeah, goofy shit, yeah. And then and then BMT me another one. Remember one time like I could like I used to watch him a lot. I used to watch him a lot because I thought he was funny as shit, bro. I still think he hilarious, bro. Like he just go with his little rants and shit. The shit is hilarious, bro. But I can't really fuck with it like that. You know what I'm saying? Like that anymore. Cause like, yeah, I said something one time about Bud, like, Bud hit him. And I see BMTV, bro. He's a solid, like he got like he pretty solid dude, right? So like, yo, son, Bud is smaller than you, bro. But like, I can't if you fuck if he a boxer or not, nigga. Bud hit you, hit him back. I'm thinking he gonna say, "Yo, Bud hit me. I'm gonna knock him the fuck out," or I'm gonna try to knock him the fuck out. At least that's what I would. If Bud ever punch any boxer punch me, bro, like whatever. Look, whatever happened, happened. That's it. But I'm going to fight you back. This nigga said, "Yeah, well, nigga, the first thing he said, he let him punch him and then he'll sue him and shit like that. Like that was some bitch shit too. You know what I'm saying? Like nigga, I ain't worried about no lawsuit. Somebody punch me. I want to get my get back. That's what it is. But then he said, I fill it with holes. I'm like, oh God, nigga, how you look? You know what it is? Because he gonna say boxer's head is registered, so that's a dangerous weapon. Like, man, come on, man, stop. So right there, I kind of like, come on, stop it. So we ain't talking about shooting nobody, man. Like, come on, man, stop, man. Kept going in on Errol, boy. 78 said he wanted Bud strip. Oh, okay. 78 said he wanted Bud stripped down to the nude before. They never called Devin top rate Toby. Yeah, they were talking about that last night on Mark Nash stuff. Shout out to Mark Nash. I go solo to the guy Mark Nash too. That's my other guy right there. But when did he say that? Did he say that like a while ago, or was it like recently? And he wanted Bud stripped down to the nude. I was also hearing some other stuff about some of them cats over there. Like they were sharing pictures and shit of another dude. Like that's wild, bro. Like I don't understand that shit. That's funny style shit right there to me. But I ain't even want to bring that shit up, bro. Forget that. Oh, I ain't even say that. QB says, yo, that's not what the buddies were telling me when he fought David Avocado. I didn't even see you up there, bro. My bad. Yo, Brim, you there? Is that Steve Brim? I think that was, yeah, that's Brim. Oh, okay. You see muted, so yeah. Oh, QB said that's not what the buddies were telling me when he fought David Avocado, hollering he was a threat. That Thurman duck. They was gaslighting. Well, listen, I would have loved to see that though. I wanted to see. I wanted to see. I would love to still see that fight, a Thurman and Terence Crawford fight. I would love to see that, but probably will never see it now. Because I don't know who's gonna be Buzz last opponents. I'm talking about overall last opponents because I think they had. I was watching Terence Crawford on a CBS Sports Radio thing the other day. They asked him, hey, "How about the Floyd Mayweather record, the 50-0? You want to go for that?" He's like, "Nah, man." So right there, Bud like, "Nah, I don't even got that many fights left in me." So I'm assuming maybe three more fights, man. Spence is one. Maybe the rematch with Spence if whoever activate their rematch clause, and also with the rematch clause, I was also hearing it was supposed to be a two-way clause, right? Then I was seeing people say that it's only a one-way clause. So I don't know. I don't know. Blue Bloods a follower. It is what it is. Yeah, man. That shit totally rubbed me. I lost a lot of respect for that dude, bro. I ain't like that at all, man. I don't like shit like that.
Hey, what's up, Rebel? I'm sorry, I'm at work, man. I do my work thing. What's going on, brother?
Oh, what's good, man? What's good? We good? We all right. We in
I,
here.
I think Golden trying to get on too, man. I'm
Oh,
surprised to see you on the late night tip, bro. You know what I mean? This is my hours, baby.
oh yeah, I know, man. Yeah. Man, tonight I ain't got much to do, bro. I'm just like, man, I'm up for the night. I got a little bit of time before I hit the bed.
No doubt, no doubt. And
Yeah,
I've been having some good conversations about this Spencer Crawford. None of the bullshit that we seeing. I'm just talking about the fight itself.
yeah.
And I I made a prediction that I believe what's going to happen in the fight, right? Because I believe both of these fighters are going to do something different than we've not seen from either fighter, because
Right.
they have to. Because the opponent they're facing is something they've never faced before. So anybody who is a Bud fan that
Uh-huh.
doesn't put respect on what Spence's abilities and his skill set is, they be playing themselves, and
Right,
vice
right,
versa. If anybody
right,
that's a Spence fan be like, "Oh, I'm knocking," Buzz getting beat the fuck down in 3 rounds, like, get out of here.
right,
This is
right,
what I
right.
see. This is what I see Terence Crawford doing, and I hope I ain't putting the game plan out. This actually be his game plan, and then he have a counter. But I believe the first 2 to 3 rounds, Terence Crawford is going to actually smother Spence to some degree. He's actually going to be the aggressor.
Hmm.
He is going to actually come forward. But it's going to be because I believe Spence will be calculated aggression. He's not going to just throw for the fences because he knows what Bud's capable of. But
Yeah.
Bud is going to try to catch him offset. He's going to try to keep him from getting comfortable because Spence is like a locomotion. Once he gets rhythm and gets rolling, he's a problem.
Right.
So one way to do that is to smother him. So he actually beats the aggressor, right? Smith throws a jab, then he goes under the jab, hits him with a backhand, and then as soon as Smith goes to throw, smother it,
Hmm.
but keep him on his back foot. So the first 3 rounds, I see Bud trying to keep Spence on his back foot to keep him from getting comfortable.
Right.
Because if he does that, then once then if he stops being the aggressor and then let Spence come to him, he might want to see if Spence will make a mistake because Spence never was able to get his rhythm early in the fight. Because
Hmm.
that's one of the things that makes Spence so dangerous. If you let him get rhythm, he can beat your ass down.
Yeah,
So I,
yeah.
I believe Bud will try to offset that rhythm with a little bit of calculated pressure
Hmm.
to keep on making. Because Spence has to reset when he has to take a step back. If you notice against Ugas fight, he kept on taking that step back to reset.
Yeah.
If Bud is
Hmm.
able to do that and make him continuously reset, he will not get a rhythm.
Yeah.
And then if Bud takes his foot off the gas of making him do that, and then Spence becomes the aggressor, Spence doesn't have his rhythm. He's not comfortable. That can
Yeah.
lead to a mistake, and it can lead to that counter. I
Yeah.
believe Bud is going to hurt Spence in the 6th round, and Spence is going to survive it. It will be the first guy to survive like that. And
Yeah.
Spence will come back, fight hard, but make another mistake in round 9 or 10. I think Bud will catch him again and then
Hmm.
get a knockout. And there's been
Yeah.
conversations. Oh, Bud, if Bud don't knock him out, he ain't gonna win.
Yeah.
I think it's just too high profile of a fight
Yeah.
for them to do something roly blatant.
Yeah. Hmm.
I could be wrong. We've seen it in boxing before, but I'm not going to sit here and say if Bud doesn't knock him out, he's not going to win. If
Right.
Bud
Right.
dominates the fight, I think they'll give Bud the win. I don't. I don't.
Hmm.
I'm gonna try to have a positive outlook and not a pessimistic outlook on boxing itself, and expecting them to give the fighter who won the fight the win. You know, but
Yo,
I
man.
can easily see Spence being in the lead and getting knocked out too.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a strong possibility. I'm trying to figure out who started that thing that Bud got to knock him out to win.
Well, actually,
That's just the
it's
talk they
not. It's
can
not from
have.
Spence. It's not from the side of Spence though. It's because of what Timothy Bradley said. He don't know if they're
Oh.
going to be able to give him the win.
Oh.
So
From
we can't
Timothy.
we can't attack Spence about it,
Right.
because that came from Timothy Bradley, and then everybody else ran with that and then
Ran
saying,
with
"Oh,
it.
Bud's trying to say they're going to cheat him and stuff like that." And you know how we get in the YouTube community streets. It spreads like wildfires, and then
Yeah.
people, every story is told. If you tell one story to one person, by the time it gets to the 100th person, the story is completely different.
But Steven,
Right.
I've been saying that shit. I've been saying that shit before Tim came out with it. 'Cause I feel like if Bud don't knock him out, and we go to the car, if they don't give it to Earl, they're gonna make it a draw. That's my take on it.
Oh, that's a good thought too.
I
That's
mean,
that's that's,
I
that's
understand
my
that.
take on it. 'Cause, 'cause
I
I
understand you, Gold.
really believe, because Earl right now is supposed to be the face of the PBC. You feel what I'm saying? So Bud really have to dominate this motherfucker here, man, and really put them hands on his ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just make it a. Because I'm looking at Errol gonna be up 4 rounds before the fight even starts. Shit, it might be
Yeah.
like might be like the Canelo scorecard shit. Automatic got 4 rounds in the books, But at the end of the day, but on some real shit though, I
Mhm.
see Buzz just punishing that nigga for all that shit they've been saying about him. Lit, I'm just gonna keep it real, man. I'll be trolling sometimes. I say Earl gonna beat Bud ass, but man, I'm looking at this shit, here, man, and the way that's
Yeah.
just to understand. You got to look at Bud and the demeanor that he have. Bud
Yeah.
really, Bud got a chip on his shoulder. You know,
Yeah.
that's right.
Yeah.
That's why he went at Derrick James the way he did. He was just speaking. Derrick James just busted him out like he ain't shit. But y'all man, come on, man.
That was
I can't
hilarious.
fuck with that part, man.
Hey, Golden, they
That
made
boy,
a
that
big
boy,
deal out of that. People who was on Spence side made a big deal of
yeah,
that, forgetting the fact that afterwards, him and Derrick James talking. Derrick James, my bad, my bad. So it's really a
yeah,
non-issue. It's something you cover and you keep it moving. But they made it a big topic.
yeah.
Oh, Bud's ego. He trying to pump up.
I
Where's
ain't
your
no
energy
eagle.
for
But
Spence? No, it was just simply a
Steven,
miscommunication.
Steven, if I go back, no, 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 I'm going to say something else. If y'all go back and look at Bud press conference face off he had with any fighter, any one of the motherfucker that talked that shit to his ass. Let's go back to Jose Benavidez. Bud tried to take that nigga head off. You feel what I'm saying?
Yep.
In the Bud. And then you got to look at that Hank London fight. When that nigga pushed the shit out of Hank London, he put the fuck Hank London.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you got to look at that. Y'all got to look at the attitude, the mindset that Bud have. Even though Bud is cool, but Bud still got that street shit in his ass. You feel me? He still got that shit in
Yeah.
his ass. And Bud, I mean, he don't calm down, but Bud could go from 0 to 100 in no time.
Yeah.
You feel
Yeah.
me? And like I tell everybody, you got to look at Terence. And I tell everybody, it's two sides of that boy right there. But he fight. One of them is Terence, and one of them is Bud.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that, Terence is the one who's boxing you. You feel what I'm saying? And Bud is the one when you hit him and you sting him, and he go to laughing, and the Bud come out, then he put the fuck your ass up, then he go into kill mode. I mean, it's just like a switch that clicking that boy. He just go to work,
Yeah.
man. I be like, God
Yeah.
damn, he be ready to fucking nigga ass up. I see we got the number one Earl sexual just came on. I was waiting on his ass to hit the link. He got it. I'm surprised.
Is that
I'm
Q? Is that
surprised he
Q
ain't got an
coming up
Earl
on my
sexual shirt
screen?
on tonight.
Who is it? 'Cause I
What?
don't have it on my
Yeah,
screen.
that Q.
B.
Oh, Q.
You know he on here.
The BFT master. Buddies for Bud.
The Wiggler, the Wiggler. Look here. I'm tell you what he told me the other day, y'all. He told me deep down inside he's a Bud buddy.
You don't bullshit like that.
And Steven, you know me and Quick be on the phone all the time. He told me that he called me 2 o'clock the other morning. We was on the phone talking. He said, Mr. Go, don't tell nobody, man. He said, I really like Bud. He said, I'm a really Bud buddy. I hate to admit it. I told her I wasn't gonna tell nobody. Since Rebel on tonight on live, and in too many times we catch him live. I said he got the panel open. I'm gonna tell it. And he bought him a Bud Buddy shirt. You see, he ain't saying nothing. He ain't saying nothing.
Nah, I'm just letting you get your roll out, man. But I'm gonna tell you something. I listened to Brim early, and Brim, I'm gonna tell you something. That would be suicide if Bud start that approach.
Disagree with you on that because how you gonna say it's suicide? We have evidence of what Spence has done in the ring, and there's nothing that indicates that it's suicide. Y'all talk like Bud is a 135-pound man now. This man walks around 170 when he's not fighting. He's stronger than people think he is, based on the opinions saying that, oh, if he tries to fight toe to toe with Spence, is a big gigantic mistake. He's gonna get pummeled. Spence does it accumulative. Spence is not a one punch knockout artist. If Spence was a one punch knockout artist, that what you're saying would have so much more validity to it. But Spence is an accumulative puncher. So if you're a smart guy in the ring that knows how to conduct himself in the ring, there's effective ways to apply pressure without having to throw a bunch, and also curtailing the opponent that you have that throws a lot. If he's able to smother Spence early in the fight, he's able to effectively tone down his aggression and keep him from being comfortable. That actually is a pretty good strategy. Doesn't mean it's going to work. Because Spence could actually do something different. Because I believe both fighters are going to do something different that we have not seen. And that's going to be the telltale of the tape for this fight. Because what they both do is going to lead to nothing but a clash in a 12-round difficult fight to the score. But I believe because the way these guys are going to approach this fight is going to be something different from each fighter. And that's going to determine the fight.
Brim, here's my problem with that.
I'm a
Brim. My problem with that is, one, what you suggesting is Bud fight Errol's fight inside, right?
Only early in the fight to offset, because that's something that I don't think Spencer's looking at him doing. And if he's able to effectively do it and have Spence on his back foot, that means Spence can never get set, because Spence has to get set. If you notice in the Ugas fight, he had to he took that step back to get set, and then he went back to attack. If he's able to keep Spence on that back foot and keep him uncomfortable early in the fight, that means he doesn't get his rhythm. You don't want to let Spence get his rhythm. So if he just fights the way he normally fights, I believe Spence will be able to get rhythm, and then effectively the fight is a toss-up.
I think that come fight night, I don't think that's a good idea. I believe Bud better utilize that ring. He better do that in spurts. That's suicide to me, man.
I'm saying to you, it is in spurts, though. I'm saying it's in spurts. I'm saying it's educated aggression. I'm not saying just run up in there, wild goose chase, do a Porter. No. What I'm saying is when Spencer goes to utilize his lead jab, which is his table setter, once he does that, what you do is you counter over the top of that, and then you smother him. So I'm not saying Bud run in there a wild and just say throw caution to the wind. No, it got to be calculated. I don't think it's a good idea. If you're the way you're speaking on it, no, that's not a good idea. Just to run in there with a Porter like mentality, the fighting Spence. I'm saying that he should do it calculated to keep Spence off kilter, and only for a portion of the early part of the fight. Because if you keep Spence from being comfortable, setting on his punches, and being able to get that, because he's like a locomotion. If you let him chug along, it only gets faster and only gets tougher. So if you offset that pressure by applying a calculated smart pressure early in the fight, it will keep Spence from getting in that rhythm. And then you can take your foot off the gas and then let Spence come in and try to be the aggressor. But I believe at that point, Spence may not have the rhythm, and that him not having that rhythm can lead to a mistake for you to be the attack and do something crucial with a counter in the middle rounds. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying to do that for the whole fight. I'm just saying to do that in portions early on to keep Spence off balance.
Let me ask the three of y'all a question, because I got a question for the three of y'all.
Shoot.
I want to know, why is it that it's one thing that I'm hearing from the buddies, these excuses of corruption, if it goes the distance, things of that nature, right? But it's another thing when I'm hearing it from Tim Bradley, man. I just want to know,
bro, I don't
why
want to hear.
why is it I'm hearing from Tim Bradley that he's concerned that Bud can't win a decision in Las Vegas with the Vegas judges, considering Tim Bradley didn't say none of that shit when Devin Haney just fought Loma.
Can I answer that?
Please.
Let me answer it first, because my answer is going to be different from them probably. I think it's bullshit. Q, I will not disagree with you on that. It's bullshit in a couple different matters. It's bullshit in one aspect. It gives someone like you fuel to say they're making excuses. That's one. Two, also, I will say this. Unfortunately, boxing has a history of doing bullshit, but I'm going to have a positive outlook, not a pessimistic outlook in regards to this. I believe if Terence Crawford effectively dominates the fight and does what he's supposed to do in the ring, they will give him the decision win. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, they're going to rob him. But it is in the back of my mind that if it's a close fight, he may not get the decision, but I'm not going to approach this fight, watching this fight, thinking they're going to automatically cheat him. And what Bradley did was only add fuel to the fire for people who are thinking Terence Crawford is going to lose or have Errol Spence as a winner for bullshit. He should have never opened his mouth and made that statement, in my opinion.
Yep.
What you think about that, Rebel?
Well, I think, man, number one, Tim is just a flip flopper. Number two, him putting that out there, man, like Brim said, suppose Bud whoop Errol like convincingly, and then Bud win, then they just gonna say, oh well, what the hell was that? That wasn't me. Yeah, so they just gonna say pretty much the opposite. They just gonna say, well, we told y'all, see, something is going on with Bud. Bud got somebody in his pocket or some shit like that. I don't trust that, but I made a video about that already. I think Bud, I don't believe in the robbery thing. I said I think it could go the other way, because I think if Terence Crawford, if this shit go to the decision, they might get that shit to see, I don't want to say it because it's kind of gonna seem a little funny, kind of agree with what he said, with what Tim said. But I think when Errol kind of blasted the fucking sanctioning bodies, you know what I'm saying? If anything, it would go that way. It wouldn't go for like Bud getting robbed. It would go like it would sway towards it wouldn't sway for Errol in that sense. Put it like that. I'm all over the fucking place. I don't have time. But
see what you're trying to say, though.
You know what I'm trying to say, right? Like it's coming out wrong.
Against the establishment, they may go against him just because he did that.
Yeah. I don't think Bud will get robbed, dude. I think Bud could beat him on the cars, dude.
Either way it goes, I want a decisive winner. Either way it goes, I just want it to be a decisive winner. I don't want it to be no Loma, Devin Haney situation. I don't want none of that. Either way it goes, you know what I'm saying? I want a decisive winner.
Yeah, but it can happen because both of these guys are great fighters. The thing is, that's one of the things that it's a possibility it could happen because both of these fighters are good enough to be in a position where it's it's tug and pull, and it's an even fight. It can happen. I'm not gonna see. The thing is,
I got a question.
I got Bud winning, but I'm not gonna disrespect Spence and act like Spence don't have a chance to win this fight, bro. I'm just not. I just think
I
Bud's
got
gonna
a, I
win.
got a, I got a question I want to ask y'all. This is a legitimate question. Who do y'all think gonna be the first one to get knocked down?
Shit, I'm gonna say Bud. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna say Bud, right?
Right.
Cause come fight night, like I say before the scales, both of them will be 146, 147. But come fight night, you're gonna have one fighter that's gonna be a super welterweight, close to a middleweight, and you're gonna have another fighter that's gonna be a super middleweight, close to a light heavyweight.
No,
I don't
he's not
see.
gonna.
I don't.
He's not gonna.
I don't
He's
see
not gonna.
Bud.
No.
I don't see Bud knocking. I don't see Spence going down. Spence gonna be too big.
Oh, you breaking up bad, Quinn. You breaking up bad, little bro.
Oh,
No, he's
hold
not.
on.
I
Area
hear him
working
fine.
tonight.
I hear him perfectly fine.
I just don't see it. You know what I'm saying? You know, I know Bud done knocked out the dudes he was supposed to. I don't, like I say, if somebody going down, I think it's gonna be Bud.
You know why I disagree with you though, Q?
Oh,
Because you said about this, you using this size and all this. Here's the thing though. When
Quinn.
they win, they both gonna be 147 pounds. Terence Crawford may come into the fight weighing 158, 159. Spence may come in weighing 160, 165, right? Not a big enough difference for me to say that Errol Spence is going to bully Bud, because Bud is actually stronger than everybody's projecting out in this atmosphere. Also, you saying that you see Bud getting knocked down first. The problem with that is, here's one of the things about boxing that is true. And again, I used to train. I trained for like 8 months boxing, so I understand this dynamic. When you see the shot, you can brace for it. It may hurt, but you will probably be able to continue because you've prepared your body for the shot. That's the effect that Spence has on his fighters, because you see what Spence is doing, you just can't necessarily always stop it, but you can brace for it. And that's why Spence doesn't have that one knockout power, because you're able to brace the shot because you see it coming. Because Spence, I'm not saying that he's basic, but Spence is who Spence is so far that he's shown us in his fight. Terence Crawford, on the other hand, when he's hitting you with shots that's knocking you down, you don't see it. And that means your body doesn't have the ability to brace for the shot. So once you get hit in that flash, you're down. And you're like, what the fuck just happened? And you only have 10 seconds. Now, if you had 30 seconds, it might be different, but you only have 10 seconds. And that's why I don't believe that Spence will knock down Bud before Bud knocks down Spence, because the simple fact of the matter is Bud will hit you with the shots that you can't see, and those are the ones that hurt the most because it takes you longer to recover because you didn't expect the shot. I just don't see how you can say Spence is going to knock down Bud first, because the way Spence is going to knock down Bud, the way Spence knocks down Bud is going to be in round 9 to 12 by him being able to punish Bud. Bud can be able to knock Spence down at any point in the fight by catching him with a shot that he can't see.
Yeah, it's a difference. It's a difference. Yep. I agree, bro.
Well, you know, we're gonna have to see it play out, man, because I tell you what,
we're gonna find out.
We saw a glimpse of that. Because see, what y'all call basic, what a lot of people that I feel overlook and don't give enough respect to is them fundamentals, man. Them fundamentals are very sound. I just got through watching a fight last week. What's that guy named Aline? Did y'all see that fight? Did y'all see the guy that he was fighting? Y'all check that fight out. In that fight, Aline got the fighting style of Terence but Crawford. That guy that just beat him got the fundamentals. No flash, none, no special effects. But he was fundamental through the whole fight. Nothing flashy, none of that. And he was able to pull it off with the fundamentals, because the fundamentals did not leave him, man.
Okay, good thing. And that, you know what? Again, can be something that will be in Spencer's favor. It could be, but we got to be honest. Since he has got back into the ring since the accident, you can't tell me that his fundamentals are all the way 100% on point. Has lapses. He has lapses in the fight, and it's multiple times. It's not just the one time where he lost the mouthpiece. He has lapses in his last couple fights. So, like just like when Derek James said to him right after he beat Ugas, "We got to get back in the gym. We got some work to do." That work to do was to make sure that he stays sound in his fundamentals. If Spence is able to stay sound for all 12 rounds with his fundamentals, then yes, his chances of winning the fight increases. I just don't believe Spence will be able to do so because he hasn't. And then you're dealing with 469 days since he last fought. There's no amount of sparring that is going to actually measure to the fight itself. So, do I say it's completely out of the realm for Spence to be able to do it? No, that would be disingenuous of me to say so. But I do believe when it comes to fight night and fight time, Spence will also, you got to keep this in mind. Spence has strong fundamentals, but Spence is going to have to do something different versus Bud that he's never done against any other opponent. So that means he has to think more. Spence in the ring doesn't always have to think. He attacks and he attacks and he attacks till he breaks you the fuck down. He actually has to think versus Bud. He can't just go in and attack and attack and attack. It has to be calculated aggression. So adding that element, knowing that he has to actually play the thinking man's game in a portion of this fight, what makes me believe that he's going to maintain his fundamentals 100% of the time to not get hit with the counter shot that's going to hurt him. I just don't think he can be able to do so. This is why I picked Bud.
Okay, watch this. He fought Danny Garcia. Danny Garcia was a counterpuncher, right or wrong.
Danny Garcia is a tune-up at 147, though, bro. I'm just going to
Hold
keep
on.
it a beam.
Hold on. That's y'all opinion, but hold on.
How's an opinion? Go look at his record at 147. Who has he beat of notable value at 147 that says that Danny Garcia is a credible threat?
He been in each fight with every last one of them. He been in a fight with every last one of them. He lost.
What the Sacramento Kings was. The Sacramento Kings was in it with the Los Angeles Lakers in 2001. What happened? They lost still. Nobody remembers second place. So what's the fuck that mean?
I'm gonna tell you what it means. It means that when he fought Danny Garcia, a counterpuncher, he offsetted his counterpunching by not giving him nothing to counter. He stayed in range. He fought him in range.
Calculated aggression. That's true. But Danny Garcia doesn't have 1/5 the foot movement and foot placement that Terence Crawford does. So it's a good table setter for Spence to work on to fight Bud, but it's not the same because Danny Garcia does not have 1/5 of the foot positioning and footwork that Terence Crawford has. So the things that Spence did well that worked for him against Danny Garcia, some of them things may not work because the way Bud utilizes his footwork, he can pivot and be able to create opportunities from his footwork. Danny Garcia can't.
Okay, and guess what? And a lot of things that Bud done with them other guys, guess what? He's not gonna be able to get away with that either.
Facts. You want me to tell you which one it is? You want me to tell you which one it is? When he is in close range, right? Bud has a tendency to go back straight with his head up, neck out. If he does that against Spence, he may get his ass caught too. Yeah. That's why I sit here and adamantly say that even though I think Bud is going to win the fight, I'm going to put respect on Errol Spence's name because Terence Crawford is not a flawless fucking fighter. There's no such thing as a flawless fighter. Right. And that's one of his deficiencies that can cost him as well. So I'm going to keep it a beam, bro. I'll piss off Errol fans and Bud fans alike because I'm going to call it how I see it. And I may be wrong, but I'm going to at least be honest about it. There are 3 things that Bud cannot do in the Spence fight. That's one of them. The second one, he can't half-ass smother. The thing is, sometimes when he's in close range, he looks for his shots, right? But when he's doing that, he's not clinching properly, and he's in a half stance that can allow him to be able to get hit before he even counters. That happened with him against, and that only happens when Bud gets overly confident, overly for the kill. Sometimes it happened with him in Gamboa. That's how he got caught.
Mhm.
So Q, you're not gonna get me to say Spence is a bomb and Spence ain't shit. Spence ain't. No, I'm not gonna do that. They both have things they can't do in order to win this fight, and that's why I believe we're gonna see some dynamics from both of these fighters that we have not seen before. Spence is gonna have calculated aggression. He's not gonna go in and throw caution for the win. He's not.
Oh, no.
And
He gonna make Bud fight though. You believe that? He gonna
Yeah,
make
he is.
Bud
But
fight.
but the thing is, though, I don't think he's going to have to make Bud fight because I believe Bud is going to fight him as well. Bud
right,
is going to be in the pocket more than you think he is. He's only going to utilize the footwork and the movement for opportunities.
right.
He's going to be there. He's going to be there. If you look at
Yeah,
Bud's last 3, 4 fights, where does Bud mostly fight? In the pocket. He
yeah,
utilizes footwork differently. He doesn't use footwork to utilize the whole ring to move around the ring. He utilizes his footwork for positioning to land the shots in range, which means you have to be there.
yeah. Yep.
Am I wrong? Hold up, is that
That's
cute?
that's cute. Yeah, wait.
Hold
Yeah.
up, whose faces he got on there?
Oh no, I gotta remove them, man. I ain't.
Yo, who is that?
Oh, them what? Them my sons. You know what I'm saying? Them my sons. I done sunned all three of them. Them my
You,
sons.
I'm waiting for you to. I want you to put me on there, bro. I mean, you better do it before July 29th, or you ain't gonna be able to do it.
Mm.
Damn, bro. Yo, it's the 30th, man. Right now, so it's the last day of the month. We got technically 29 days.
Man, next month gonna be a beautiful month for the sport of boxing, man.
Hell yeah. Hell
Oh,
yeah.
it's gonna be a beautiful for the sport of boxing. I can't wait for the Virgil Ortiz and Stanionis if Virgil don't pull out again. So
Yeah.
Don't forget about a new way Fulton.
oh man.
My birthday
Uh
weekend. My birthday weekend is lit.
I believe Fulton gonna pull it off, man. I think, that monster anyway. I don't know, man. I
I
don't
have a
know.
new way, but again, I approach this fight even more cautiously than I approach Crawford and Spence because I understand that Fulton is the bigger guy, naturally. But the issue that I have with Fulton is that in his last 3 fights, he is overly mixing it up. But he has to mix it up to some degree. But I think he overly does it and he leaves himself open to get hit. And that's my concern for him because the thing about a new way, it ain't that he's just all power. He's not better beef power. He's precision. He's precision and he's speed. Speed and precision is a mofo. So how is Fulton has to offset that with his size, but at the same token, by him doing that, he still leaves himself open. It's going to be a great fight. I think it's going to be a great fight. Again, I have a new way winning, but I'm not sitting here with all the utmost confidence, and I have put respect on Fulton because I believe Fulton can absolutely win the fight, without a
Yeah,
doubt.
that's a fact.
I'll be at work when that fight comes on because it come on like 5 o'clock on ESPN in the morning.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that shit gonna be way in Japan.
So
And
what's that? 5
Eastern,
p.m. East
5 a.m. Eastern probably.
Damn.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
because
shit gonna be about maybe 4 something in the morning.
yep,
The
God.
last time him and
Damn.
Paul Butler.
Donnell fought, Paul Butler fought, it was like 4 something in the morning, my time.
Yep,
Damn.
That shit was
it
early
sure
like a
was.
motherfucker.
It was early, boy. Early bird got the worm, no doubt about it. But I'm definitely looking forward to both of those fights. They're gonna
Yeah,
be some
yeah.
great
What else is
fights, man.
jumping in July?
Um. Oh man, we got all
Uh,
the cards that's on the regular Showtime. We have Frank Martin and
Oh yeah.
Donito Donero on the same card as co-main. So Donito is going for his 10th title shot. So I think he's going to win that fight. And then Frank Martin, he has a decent opponent, but I think his opponent that Frank Martin should get out of there.
Yeah.
And then you have Boots coming back to fight Villa, so that's on the 8th and the 15th. And again, that's for me. To me, what PBC is doing now is they've solidified themselves with their pay-per-view revenue, right? And now what they need to do is put on good quality cards, because I would have preferred to see these fights on the Spence Crawford card, but I know why they're doing it, because they need to increase the viewership on the regular Showtime, because they have to show Paramount the viability of boxing. So by doing
Yeah.
so, it's putting them in a position. Now, one of the telltale signs is if we, let's say for instance, Charlo and Boo Boo fight, or Boo Boo and Benavidez fight. If they put that on regular Showtime, that means they have the capital and they're in a position of strength. If they don't play a fight like that on pay per view, so you want to watch and see what PPC does for the rest of the year. And if they give us 2 or 3 more fights that would be borderline pay per view fights, but they put them on regular Showtime, Showtime's in a position of strength, because they have this year and next year they have to execute. And I'm glad that they're under pressure, because them being under pressure is giving us the fights that we want to see as fight fans. So I'm all for it. I want Paramount to continue to put pressure on them, because that means PBC and Showtime will have to perform. And if they perform, then we get the fights we want. And I have no issue with that. I don't care what promotional company's the one that's running shit. Just as long as somebody's giving us the fights that we want to see. Period.
Oh yeah, no doubt, man, no doubt. It's all about the fights, man.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this. Let me ask y'all this question: what y'all think about the Andy Ruiz and Wilder situation? I've been getting into it with the Ruiz fans. They talking about it's 50-50 in the ring. Andy Ruiz should get 50-50 with Wilder, and he's not the same draw as Deontay Wilder, man.
Nah, man.
He's not supposed to get no 50-50 nothing. Not with that nigga. It's 3 niggas in the heavyweight division that sells, and Andy Ruiz
Right.
is not one of them.
Go ahead, Rebel. 'Cause I got some opinions on that. It's a little in the middle, but go ahead, Rebel. 'Cause
All
I'm
right,
Yeah.
watch this. He just fought Luis King Kong, and all you gotta do is look at his draw right there, and you can tell he not on equal playing field with no Wilder, man.
Yeah, but Wilder fought Hilarious and didn't do any numbers either. If I was to play devil's advocate, even though I do overall agree with you, but I can't necessarily blame him for trying to get more. But the fact of the matter is, it's not 50-50. If he
Yeah.
goes from 70-30 to get a 60-40, then cool. I'm cool with that. I'm not gonna bash him for trying to get more for what he feel like he's worth, but I'm not gonna sit here and say he deserves 50-50, because he doesn't. Because the thing is, Wilder don't need to fight. He needs to fight. Wilder can fight anybody else right now, and then go run into the fight with Anthony Joshua in December. So what you gonna do? What you gonna do, Ruiz?
Are they? Is that set in stone between Joshua and Wilder, or is
That fight is almost set in stone. Now the thing is, the issue is Usyk and Fury is
Tyson
not, because
Fury?
Fury's on that bullshit. I think Fury needs to go ahead and retire. I'm tired of dealing with
Yeah.
Fury. I'm absolutely up to here with Fury.
Yeah. 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 He holding up the belts, bro. Like
It's
not
just
not even he got the WBC.
It's just shenanigans, bro. Like listen, bro. He's trying to do everything else but fight Usyk. And the
Mm.
reason why, and the reason why there's a big issue for him being able to fight in Saudi Arabia is simple as this: Frank Warren and Bob Arum. The reason why is because you're dealing with multiple different promotional companies, and they don't want to lose the rights and get the money for that fight. If that fight, because the way Saudis do it, they auction off. They buy the fight, pay the fighters directly, and then basically auction it off to the promotional companies. They don't want to lose the bid. Queensberry don't want to lose that to the zone overseas, and Bob Arum don't want to lose that to Matchroom. So they don't want him to go. They don't want him to go fight. It's partially Fury, but it's partially his management team, because they don't want to lose the rights to the fight and not get any money for it.
Right. Yeah. I don't be honest, man. Like I ain't really hard pressed to see that fight, man.
I am, because I want an undisputed champion at heavyweight.
No. I'm sorry. I was still talking about the damn Ruiz and Wilder.
No,
Yeah.
I want to see it. I think it's a high quality
Yeah. All
fight.
right.
So I don't want to see Wilder fight another Hellenius.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, me
So yeah,
neither.
Yeah. So I'll take that fight in a heartbeat. I'll take that in
So
a heartbeat.
so Joshua and Wilder, man, like a lot of
They
people say that he gonna spark Joshua and
say you,
flatline him.
he could, but he could lose too
But
because we still don't know what Wilder's punch resistance is because
right, right, agreed.
yo, what is that noise?
Shit, I don't even know. It's coming
That's
from
Q, man. Q over there working, man, working on a robot or something, trying to fix R2D2.
Oh no, no, that's my bad, man.
Trying to fix R2D2 right now, man. Jeez, no disassemble, man. Johnny Five over there.
uh, uh,
Oh shit. Oh, my man, buckle up in the house, man. What's good, buckle up?
Oh, salute the Buckle Up, bro. I've been watching his stuff. He's been dropping some really good content, bro. Shout out to you,
Yeah,
Buckle Up, for
my
real.
man,
He
he
got to call out
going
some of
in.
these goofy. He be calling out these goofies though, bro, because there's people
Son,
goofy out
yeah,
here, man.
yeah, man. Yeah, definitely. You know, that's what we be needing, man.
That's why I respect Q because even though Q is on the Spence side, he has a certain sense of reality for the most part. Sometimes he loses the reality, especially when he gets on this thirsty for Tank. The
Tank
superior A side.
Davis,
Listen,
superior.
no, he's not superior A side. You know why he's not superior A side? Canelo's getting paid more guaranteed than all three of the PBC's top three fighters combined.
That's
How
for
superior
now.
is that? Oh,
That's
yeah, I mean, yeah,
that's
for
for
now.
now.
Yeah, but we're not talking future. We're talking now. You was talking about this superior A side shit and 100 million for three fights. I don't see their own fighters getting nowhere close to that money. Superior A side. Cut it out, man.
Man, he been getting disrespected by T.O. since he been in jail. He ain't been talking none of that shit till the superior got locked up, man.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Word.
I have nothing to say about that.
But
It is what it is.
Floyd want that fight to be next. And if we following the Mayweather blueprint, because I know a lot of people want to see him fight Devin Haney. I kind of want to see him go knock him off. But if they choose not to go the Devin route, I understand why, right? I understand why.
Excuse me, but you know the only way that fight's going to happen is going to be at 140. You know that, right? Devin's done with 135, bro.
I'm gonna tell you something. If Tank wanted at 135, 136, that's what it's gonna be.
Well,
They
then
don't
guess what? You don't
dictate
got no.
nothing.
Listen, bro. But you ain't gonna dictate everything. A good deal is where both sides bend a little bit. So if you want to do all the shit that you've been doing, then you're gonna get the same criticism because you're trying to dictate every single term. It ain't gonna work that way. Great fights don't end up happening that way. You can see with Spencer Crawford. It wasn't 100% Errol's way, wasn't 100% Bud's way. You have to give a little bit. And the thing is, it's not healthy for as much as I could try to attempt to dog out Haney for it. I can't. That man's going to completely damage his liver if he keep on trying to make 135. That man walk around just as big as Bud, if not bigger. That man walk around 170 something. No
Oh
way.
man, they've been
It's
hurting. They've
comical.
been hurting Devin Haney with those pictures, man. Y'all been seeing those pictures of
Oh
Devin
man,
Haney?
they've been doing him
God
greasy.
damn, they've been having him look like Fat Albert, bro.
They did the same thing to Spence too, though. They doctored up the photo, make his face a little fatter. Yeah.
God damn, man. I say, God damn, what? Got that nigga eating a bunch of burgers and shit, bro.
You stupid, eating a bunch of burgers. I'm so done with you, man. You so ignorant.
I say, God damn, got that nigga looking like Fat Albert and shit. You know what I'm saying? I say, God damn, boy, they hurt old Devin Haney, boy.
Yeah, that's a big boy. All of them dudes big. Shakur, all of them dudes, man.
Shakur ain't that big, actually. He's closer to Shakur might walk around 155 or something, but he's nowhere near as big as Devin. Like, Devin is bigger than Devin is almost bigger than Crawford, and they walk around weights, bro. And that's the thing that I be getting on Q about. Oh, Bud's too little. Bud walk around 170, bro.
Yeah.
How little you think this guy is?
Shit,
This ain't 2013, bro. That man had already filled out, bro.
Yeah.
See, Spence should have fought him back in 2018 because I think he might have would have beat him then. Now I just don't think he can. It's just too much attrition on him, bro. Spence is gonna be an older man in the ring than Bud, bro. Being real.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Even though Bud is the older fighter, body their body, Spence is gonna be older than Bud in that ring. And you can't.
Yep.
Do you disagree? Oh, where Q gone? Is Q still there?
He's still
No, no,
there.
no. I'm
Do
still
you
here.
dis-
I'm listening.
do you disagree with that? That I think at this point now, Spence may be older in the ring than Bud is.
It can appear that way due to the rust. You know what I'm saying? Him not being active in that ring, but I say after a few rounds or whatever, he'll get the hang. He get back in it.
Well, it's possible, but you can. The thing is, though, here's another thing. You just say he can get back in it, but he did that against fighters that he could do it because they wasn't good enough, and that's what leads to me to this. I feel like it's so disingenuous to be talking about how great Spencer's resume is and how horrible Bud's resume is. When the truth of the matter is, I will stick to this to the day that I leave this earth. There's
Mm-mm.
no way that we can sit here and say Bud's resume is so trash compared to Spence when if you add Danny Garcia to Bud's resume, it's hard to argue that Spence's resume is better than him based on who they fought.
At 147, how many champions did Bud face at 147?
Oh, here we go with this. How many
How
champions you
many
facing?
Yeah.
former champions did he face? That gonna kill everything. How
No, it's
many?
not going to kill everything because I'm going to answer it and I'm going to give the context within the answer so I can try to kill that because that is a good
No,
thing.
you're gonna give an
I respect you for
excuse.
leaning it. No, it's
You're
not
gonna
an
give
issue.
an
No,
excuse,
you're
but
going to
it's
call
not
it an
gonna be
excuse.
accurate.
You don't like
It's gonna be an
it's not
excuse.
accurate. It's not accurate.
Because we're
Okay,
gonna
here we
go
go.
by what's on paper.
Okay, yeah,
What's on
you go.
paper.
See, you
So
you
go ahead,
that means
answer.
you're going to conveniently leave out parts of the truth to fit what you want it to be. That's what you're basically doing.
No, no, no. I'm
Listen,
going by what's on paper.
I'm gonna give
Go ahead,
Spence
answer.
credit that yes, he beat champions, previously defeated champions at 147, but he did beat champions. But at the same token, there was no way Bud was going to be to face any of those fighters at that time when PPC held those belts and did not have any intentions to have a Bud fight until Spence had the upper hand, the A side, and all the belts. It ain't like Bud could go over there and fight Porter when he had the belt because they wouldn't. PPC wasn't going to let Porter fight him when he had the belt. I
And,
mean,
and my
that's the context
and
that
my
you would choose to
counter
refuse.
and my counter to that is it's one thing if he was locked in into a lifetime or lifelong lock with top rank, but the problem with that Brim is you knew that, I knew that, and
No, we
Bud
did
knew
not know that
that.
in 2018.
But
Stop it.
Bud knew that.
Stop fronting like they didn't send their
Uh, uh,
boogeyman and no one wanted to face at
uh,
140
uh,
over to fight Terence
and don't
Crawford.
and watch this and
PBC
don't
sent fighters. PBC let Bud fight
oh,
PBC fighters until he got to
okay,
147,
watch
bro.
this. But when Bud saw that they wasn't gonna let him fight none of them
That
from
happened
another
after he
company,
already
he
resigned.
didn't have to.
That happened after he already
Nah,
resigned, bro.
he
That
shouldn't
happened
have
after he already
resigned.
resigned. That
He knew
happened.
where all the smoke was.
Okay, but you say you shouldn't have resigned. But
Oh,
let me ask you this question: What
okay,
has PBC done since that time he resigned to let him know that he was going to be able to get any of the what was there on the table to confirm that he was going to be able to get any of those fights, considering the fact that PBC wasn't stepping up to the plate to get Terence Crawford? They wasn't going to make no offer to Terence Crawford. He wasn't even part of their fucking plans, bro. You got to keep
oh,
it a buck
oh,
about the whole situation, bro.
watch this here, and let's keep it all the way a buck. You say that they wasn't checking for him, right? Would you check for a motherfucker that talk bad about you, talk shit about your company? The whole nine yards, would you check for him?
You been
Would you
talking
check for him?
about you been talking about who don't fuck with somebody talk shit about the company. Who was the first person to throw dirt on somebody's name? Who was first? Errol Spence was first. Stop the cap. Errol Spence was the first one sitting on that podium talking shit about Bud, bro. Stop.
What they got to do with Al Heyman and Bernie
What did
and
Bud
his
say about
whole
Al Heyman?
team?
What did Bud say about Al Heyman? What
We
did
ain't
Bud
talking
say
about
about Al
Bud.
Heyman?
His team done disrespected Al Heyman and done talk shit the whole nine yards. His team, the Bernie the boxers and all that other shit. His team been talking shit, bro.
This is business, bro. Fuck all that personal shit. This is
Okay.
business. And in the business of boxing, that would be the best fight to have, right?
All right, watch this here. And if we talking about business, Bud, business wasn't too well to where
don't say it ain't too well when the man was the highest paid welterweight, bro. Cut it out. Was the highest paid welterweight.
Highest paid, but on the Brim. It don't matter how much Top Rank overspun for him, because at the end of the day, he didn't draw shit. They overpaid Bud.
No,
Everybody not in the business to
and
lose.
part of that, that's Top Rank's
Oh,
fault because we know Top
Everybody
Rank
not
has a history.
in the
We
business
know
to
Top Rank
lose.
has a we know Top Rank has a history of getting a fighter to stardom, but not to superstardom. We know that.
So watch this here. So
But you
he should
expect
have left.
hold up. You
He should
expect
have
Bud to
left.
say, I'm gonna leave Top Rank, even though Top Rank has been good to me, put me in positions to get championships, set up fights with me to fight fighters that's from other companies, and automatically I'm gonna leave them because I have no proof that says that I can't get a fight with a PPC fighter, even though I fought two
Hold on.
PPC fighters when I was at 140. Come on,
Watch
bro.
this.
You doing a whole lot of hindsight
No,
2020.
no, no, no,
It's
no,
easy
no,
for you to speak from the top of
no,
the
no.
church gallery in 2023
Let
about
me
what
ask you a
was going
question,
on in
Brim.
2018, bro. Come on.
Okay, well, Brim, watch this here. While you getting emotional, let me get you emotional on this. Let me ask you a question, Brim.
Ah,
What was the food at Top Rank at 147? What was the food over there at Top Rank? What was the food?
peanuts and trail mix.
Okay, my point exactly. Bud knew it wasn't no food over there at Top Rank. He should have left, man, when he had opportunity, man. His
But you,
resume could have been so much better. His
how can it be
profile
so
could
much?
have been.
How can it be so much better when you listen when you already have evidence that Danny Garcia walked away from his highest guarantee to go fight Adrian Granados? How can you say that when you got Keith Thurman asking for 10 millions after he lost and has no belts? What makes you believe that Terence Crawford would go to PBC and automatically get these fights? Come on, bro. You're speaking on hypothetical bullshit that has
See
no
that that
factual
that that
base.
that that
The
that
factual
that
basis. Listen,
that what you hollering they don't have no actual factual base
yes, it
because watch this
does.
here.
Yes, it
No, it
does.
does not because
Yes,
see
it
who
is.
signed with
It's
PBC?
bro. It's fact. It's
How he
no,
wasn't gonna
no.
fight
It's facts.
nobody?
Okay,
How he
listen.
wasn't gonna fight nobody?
Q. Is it facts that Terence Crawford fought PBC fighters when he was at 135 and 140? Is that facts or no? Just yes or no.
Okay, at 140, yes, that's facts.
Okay, so what in God's green earth makes you say that when he gets to 147, he never could be able to make a fight with a PPC fighter, and he has to
Oh,
leave the company that had been good to him to that point? Because to
oh,
that point, they were good by him. What actually soured the relationship was the pandemic, bro. The pandemic is what messed up the relationship with Top Rank and Bud because they didn't honor being able to give him 2 fights a year, and they asked him to take a pay cut because of the pandemic, and he said, "Fuck no." That's what actually killed the relationship. And
oh.
also,
Well,
Bob didn't make
was
the fights. Bob didn't
was it
extend
just
himself
for
and
the
make a counter
pandemic,
offer to.
or they felt like they wasn't getting their money's worth while they wanted him
Because
to
of the
take a pay cut?
but it was because of the pandemic though, bro. It's because look, the Kell Brook fight was with no people in the stands, bro, because it was the pandemic, bro. You got to keep it a bean about the situation.
Okay,
If there was no pandemic, Terence Crawford probably would have fought twice a year. But because of the
okay,
pandemic, Terence Crawford didn't get, and the part of his contract was for him to fight 2 times a year. See,
Brim, let me
that's
ask
the
you a
issue,
question.
bro.
Before the pandemic, what successful fights that Bud had at Top Rank before the pandemic?
You said what successful fights?
What successful fights that he had on pay per view
See, no, 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 no,
before
no, no, no,
the
no.
pandemic? Yep. Come on, answer the question because I'm finna counter you again.
His most
Come on.
successful fights were not on pay per view. The year when he fought Gamboa was the highest few fight that was not a pay per view fight. You know that, right?
Okay.
You know that, right?
Okay.
It was the highest view fight that was not a pay per view fight. But part of that responsibility is on Bud to promote himself, which we have already covered that. But it's also on Top Rank as a promotional company. And we have more evidence that Top Rank does not do a good job on top heavy fighters. They do a good job of grooming young fighters to get into the position to become the top heavy fighters. And this is how I feel. Top Rank is the best to be at when you're getting into the game and you're building your resume. PBC is better once you're established. That's what the evidence has shown us. PBC doesn't do a good job bringing up fighters. The only reason why Tank was able to be brought up because he was under Mayweather. But what fighter did PBC take from the ground floor and brought him to the top? None. None.
Mm,
None. None. You gotta remember all these fighters they were on Golden Boy.
yeah, that's why I'm thinking because I was going to say a lot of they fighters, they took a lot of them from what you
200 of
call.
them. 200 of them, by the way. 200 of them. Yeah. So like I said, PBC is great for the top dogs, and Top Rank is great for when you're building your resume, but there was no evidence in 2018, in August of 2018. You can't sit here and tell me that there was no way on God's green earth that Terence Crawford couldn't get a fight with a PBC fighter, and you knew that 100%. You'd be lying if you said that. And that's why I be getting on y'all, because that's bullcrap. But Tyson Fury can sign with can be with Frank Warren, then sign with Top Rank, and then they'll make a fight with PBC for Wilder because they thought Wilder would win. And this is all promotional. I'm not gonna sit here and do this to bash PPC only. All promotional companies do this. If they don't feel like their fighter is in the best position to win, they may not make the fight. That's why they told Danny Garcia, "You're not taking that offer from Terence Crawford, even though it was his highest guaranteed payday." But I guarantee you, he had that fight on his resume, and he beat Danny Garcia. All the bullcrap that you kicking now wouldn't be even valid.
But because we got the history, I got the ammo. I got the
Yeah,
ammo.
you got the ammo, but the problem is you're shooting blanks.
How am I shooting blanks?
It's a bullet, but it has no it's a
So
blank.
Brim, let me ask you a question. How many times he been on pay-per-view? What was his highest?
His highest one was 149,000 based on the numbers that have been reported. And
was that before the pandemic?
That was I think that was after the pandemic it just ended, because that was against Porter. That was against Porter. But to see, the part of that responsibility on the pay-per-view numbers is the promotional company, and we're going to keep it a bean. Has Top Rank showed us to be in the last 5 to 7 years to be successful on the high-end pay-per-views? No. Look what Haney and Loma did. Look what Haney and Loma did.
All right, but watch this here, though, Bram. Watch this here, because like I say, Errol say he made concessions in order to make the fight happen, right?
Yeah, you know what those concessions were, right?
No, not exactly, but I'm pretty
We don't
sure.
know, but we don't know, but we pretty sure is that Bud got paid more than what they was offering him.
Yeah, he gave him a little bit more. I ain't tripping on it though.
A little bit more. He got 10 figures. I mean, 8 figures. That's a whole lot more than a little bit more.
No, I'm talking about.
Initially, they wouldn't get nothing.
I heard he got a high pay-per-view percentage too.
Yeah, it's probably like 55, 45, 60, 40, where it should have been in the first place. Like I said before, from the beginning, when we was talking about this, when I started getting issues with Spence about this whole situation, they should have offered him just like they did with Porter, just like they did with Ugas, just like they did with Danny Garcia. But no, they went to high side and play funny style and then pin it on Bud when they didn't even respect the man enough to offer him something equal to fighters that were below him that they gave to them fighters. And nobody wants to hold them accountable for that.
Watch this here, Bram. Watch this here. If we was now, if they were going by the numbers, which I'm pretty sure they was, by going by the numbers, because that David Avocado, that shit didn't help his cause at all. You know what I'm saying?
It didn't have
numbers.
How do you know what numbers is? How do you know what numbers is? There was one person reported 5,000. There was another person reported 120 worldwide, because it was a worldwide app.
That's the number that I'm going with, the 120K.
Yeah, but for Avenesian, that's phenomenal for Avenesian. And people mad, that's great. Be honest with you.
But for negotiations, though, that don't help you.
It had no value in the negotiations. It didn't hurt or benefit him, in my honest opinion. What helped him in the negotiations is him standing firm, regardless if he fought Avenesian or not, bro. That fight didn't have. I don't feel like that fight had no bearing on the negotiations, positive or negative, bro.
And Bram, you remember when that fight first got announced? How I was hearing the David Avocado, he's a threat. Keith Thurman ducked David Avocado. They were trying to make him sound like a serious contender when he was a tune-up. Did nobody want to admit that he was a tune-up, bro?
I admitted it was, though, bro.
Yeah, you did. But you know what I'm talking about.
E3 did too, though.
But you know what I'm talking about. When I was going at it with the buddies, they were telling me he ducked Keith Thurman, and you know I killed that. I slayed that theory.
But you know
all I did was look at the timeline.
But do you know why that happened, though, Q? It's because you're on the opposite end of the spectrum of the extreme. They're extreme on saying, "Hey, Avenesian's a contender. It wasn't a duck," and then you go around and say, "Green beans, he's nobody whatsoever," just because you don't know about his boxing background. Like he's just some absolute chump that he didn't even deserve to be in the ring in any capacity. Like he wasn't a top 8 welterweight. That's the difference. Both of y'all are on the extreme. I try to bridge the gap between your extreme and the Bud Buddies extreme and say, hey, listen, Avanesian wasn't the fight we wanted, but that was the best fighter he was going to get. The fight in
What
2022 based on the
what
top 10 of the welterweights. Because all the
what?
welterweights was on Showtime or all of them were on Showtime or the one fighter, Ortiz, who was with Golden Boy, and that's already been proven that his team ducked Crawford. The WBO president said we offered him the fight twice, and they denied it both times. So everybody
Okay.
want to talk about how Bud's resume is, but nobody's running for the smoke. And that's why Spence gets my respect, because he ran for the smoke. Everybody else runs away from it.
Watch this here, Brim, on the avocado, right? Watch this. They say that Thurman had ducked avocado, right? So he's a threat. He's a killer, all this shit. But I disagree with that wholeheartedly just because I looked at the timeline when avocado was quote unquote Thurman's Mando, right? The only way that you can ever call a fighter ducking another fighter is if a fighter is taking a lesser fight, one that's not bigger than the fight that's being presented to him. And in that same time,
He fought
uh,
Manny
uh,
Pacquiao.
when the avocado was a Mando for Thurman,
He fought Manny Pacquiao.
no. That was 2016.
Oh, it was 2016. Oh, so
He
did he
fought
fight Porter?
he fought Porter. Which one's the bigger fight, Sean
Porter.
Porter or Avocado? So you can't call that a duck.
Yeah, but I never called that duck. I
No,
understand you what you're talking
no.
about. You're using it for context, but
Yeah,
bro,
but I'm saying
that's
when I'm
weak.
going at it with the buddies though, the buddies was telling me that Thurman ducked Avocado, and I'm saying how when he took a bigger fight, a bigger risk. Then the fight after that, he fought Danny Garcia, another bigger fight, another bigger payday than a David Avocado. You can't call that a duck, man.
Okay, so can I ask you this question?
Okay.
When Danny Garcia went to fight Adrian Granados instead of fighting Bud for 3 million guaranteed, was that a duck or no?
That was a PBC move.
So what do you call that then?
I mean,
So you
y'all
basically
gonna call it a duck.
so you're basically you're saying PBC encouraged ducking. That's what you're saying.
PBC
Encourage
no.
ducking.
PBC
Encourage
encourage.
ducking.
They encourage what's up
Ducking.
under their umbrella gonna be up under their umbrella. That's what they encourage.
And you know
That's
what?
why I
When
say
PBC
Bud
when
should have
PBC
signed long
yeah,
time
but
ago.
see, yeah, but the thing is though, again, the disingenuous part about that is you talking about he should have signed. It's
He should
all
have.
was PBC lining up to sign him? Was there any indication in 2018 that PBC wanted to sign Terence Crawford? Yes or no? Did we hear
Shit,
any reports saying PBC was interested in signing a Terence Boyd Crawford?
I didn't hear no other promotional companies too interested. So I'm gonna say no.
All right then. So you're gonna blame Bud for re-signing with the company to at that point that was doing their job effectively for him, got him in position to be a world champion in two different weight classes, got him fights with PBC fighters. So what
I mean,
indication? So what
but
indication did you keep on leaning on shows you that oh there was no way that Terence Crawford could get a fight with a PBC fighter, or did this PBC change their just flip the hat on and say we're gonna
okay.
block this guy out from getting this fight and we're gonna wait till Spence get to him his last so we can
How
have the
many
upper hand and
fights
get the
Top
most money.
Rank was really doing with PBC though? That should have told him that.
Bro, I'm sorry,
Because they know
that's
they
bull
wasn't
crap.
fucking
When you
with
see
Bob like that. They know they wasn't fucking with Bob like that.
yeah, but if they doing that, that means they're not good for boxing. Because at the end of the day, listen, Bob Arum and Don King was in the middle of a lawsuit against each other, and they still made one of the biggest fights in boxing. So if they're not operating in that form and fashion, that means they're not respecting the sport. And that's why I have an issue with PBC because you're not respecting the sport. You make you when I understand it's a business, but when the business completely overshadows the sport, that's a problem. And that's why I always get on you about it because you're excusing that, like you're accepting that, like that should be the norm when it should not be the norm. We should actually hold them all accountable for that. When Top Rank does that, we should say bullshit Top Rank and call them out on it. That's the reason why, even though I think Eddie Hearn sometimes is a goofy, I respect him because he doesn't coddle his fighters. He put them in positions to fight people that they can lose against. And that's what boxing's supposed to be about, bro. Yes, it might hurt him because the fighter that he has on the upper echelon may lose to a fighter that he was favored against. But that's what boxing is supposed to be about. That's what sports is supposed to be about. And when you take the sport out of it and you over business it, you hurt the sport. And if you disagree with that, then you're not respecting the sport, regardless of what promotional company it is. That's why I was so pissed off at PBC because they weren't respecting the sport. I understand this is a business, but you cannot let the business completely deteriorate competition. There's ways it can get done. If they could do if they were able to make the Wilder and Fury fight happen, why the hell they couldn't do that one? Because they didn't want to. But y'all blame Bud for that. And that's ridiculous. It's unfair and it's nonsense. Bud has enough things that he did as a fighter outside of the ring for the most part that we can criticize him about. And I can honestly criticize him about. That's not one of them, bro. It's not. I always thought it was unfair of Spence fans to use that, knowing damn well they were using that as leverage, and that's not the sport, bro. You in my age bracket. Who the fuck did that in our era, bro? Who did that sucker shit in my era? That's sucker shit, bro. And you know it. The end. You still there? Rebel, Q. All right, this is a unbiased fan takeover of Rebel Life's channel. All niggas are some
Hold
weirdos.
up. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. I didn't hear you for the last
Uh, uh, uh,
30
uh, uh
seconds.
yeah, my shit went crazy or whatever. Say,
It's
man,
okay.
uh, all I'm saying is this here, Brim. You see how these people, I view it this way. I view it as when Bud saw that it wasn't no food for him to eat over there. That's the only problem that I have because you got Bob Aaron. He showed all that loyalty to this man, right? For this man to turn right back around and shit on him and talking about, I lost so much money. I could have built a house on Beverly Hills and he still got the lawsuit still, right?
Yep.
You
But
know,
the
so
key
you
component, but the key component about that Q though, that happened afterwards. That's all hindsight 2020. And I think that is absolutely unfair to utilize something we know in 2023 that we did not know in 2018 and use it against them. It's weak. It's unfair and it's weak because there was no indication in 2018 that if if he went over the two things, if he went to PBC, he was going to get those fights. That's the first thing. And then second, was there any indication that he was not going to be able to get any fights at all at that time? And you said no, you didn't see any indication. So how can you hold him to that when there was nothing indicating that was the case? That's unfair, bro. That's only
it's, it's
that's narrative painting type of
oh,
stuff.
hold on, Brim. So let me ask you this question. This is a question I've been dying to ask you for the longest.
Shoot.
So you telling me that you didn't see a problem, you don't see a problem with a fighter wanting to stay in a stable in a weight class that don't have no quality opponents for him. Is that what you're telling me?
No,
Because it sounds like that's what you're telling me.
what I'm telling you is this is that in the sport of boxing, it should not, I'm not saying that we know what it is, but it should have not made a difference to make the best fights happen. That's changing the dynamics to fit what you want to do. That's not cool. There's no reason that you can say here so confidently that they couldn't make that fight when he was at top rank. They just didn't want to. And there was no indications in 2018 that they wasn't going to do it. And that's why I always say it's so disingenuous that that people have done that, because there was no indication at that time that Terence Crawford would not be able to get a single fight from a PBC fighter until 2023, because there was no indication that it was happening in 2018, because he had just got off fighting a PBC fighter 8 months before. Was it no a little bit, I think a little bit more or a little bit less than a year before that, he fought a fighter that was from PBC, and that guy was considered kind of a boogeyman because people from PBC didn't want to fight him at 140. So how can we sit here and confidently say, "Oh, he should have signed with PBC"? In
So, Brim,
2018.
let me ask you this question. So, I know the go-to is it's no guarantee that he would have got a Spence fight or maybe a Thurman fight, right? But you mean to tell me, and I just want you to be honest, if Bud would have left Top Rank and signed to PBC, you mean to tell me you don't believe that once he would have signed with them, they wouldn't have been trying to make the best fights to try to make as much money as they can up off of him by putting him in the ring with somebody? Because whatever offer the first time with him and Danny Garcia, and he went the Brandon Rios route, it's hard for me to believe that if Bud would have signed over there at PBC, it's hard for me to believe he wouldn't have fought a Ugas. He wouldn't have fought a Thurman. He wouldn't have fought a Danny Garcia. That's hard for me to believe.
But the thing is, the problem is, you're saying it's hard for you to believe, but is it hard for you to believe that PBC was actually going to even offer him anything worth a damn? How about that? How about that dynamic? Have you thought about that actual dynamic, bro? And the
What you
thing is,
mean offer him
we have,
something worth a
and we,
damn? What you mean by that?
bro, I'm not, if I'm with a company, right? And they line me up with some good fights, and they've lined me up with some fights that was okay, but they lined me up and they had me fighting fighters from other promotional companies as well. And then it's time to re-sign, and there's nobody else that's in the picture that's saying, "Hey, I want to sign you. I'm going to give you this and give you that." If you were in business, what would you do? Would you go over to PBC knowing that they're not knowing anything? They have not came to the table. They have not offered anything. They've not shown an indication to want to sign you. But you expect them to automatically say, "I'm going to go sign with PBC because they have Errol Spence over there." That makes no sense. Business should not have to operate that way. And that's
Bigger
the
than
problem
Errol
with
Spence.
boxing.
Is bigger than Errol Spence. He should have signed with PBC because they had the food at 147.
But
That's it.
the problem
That's
with that
it.
is you shouldn't have to do that just to be able to get the fights. That's the issue within boxing itself, bro. You shouldn't have to do that just to get a fight.
Okay, watch this.
That's the
Shouldn't have
problem.
to, but that's the dynamic that we're in right now, though,
But yeah,
bro.
that we're in right now. But at the time it was happening, at the time that it happened was after the time that took place after he signed. All these things that you mentioned about Bud all happened after he signed.
Because
The
watch
whole
this
thing,
here.
it happened
Top
after,
Rank,
bro. It didn't happen
outside
during.
of the Jeff Horn fight, what good fights Top Rank put him in at 147? That's what
Porter,
I want to know. But now,
Porter.
no, that's Top Rank. That's Top Rank. But
Top
this is going
Rank
to
did
make
the
my
Porter
point.
fight. Top
No,
Rank
no,
did
no.
the Porter fight.
What else did they do was that was Top Rank? Top Rank specifically. Top Rank. What good fights did Top Rank put him in with Top Rank outside of the Jeff Horn fight?
Okay, no, they put him in the fight with Porter. That's Top
Oh,
Rank, bro. Top Rank made
okay,
that fight, bro.
okay. And I'm
Top
asking
Rank
you
made
again.
mistakes.
Okay, watch this. They made a lot of them because I'm asking you again. Outside of, I'm asking you, top ranked fighters, top ranked stable, outside of Jeff Horn, what good fights did Top Rank put Bud in at 147, sir?
He did not get put in a high profile fight with any other fighter at top rank. I ain't gonna say
So
good fighters. I'm gonna say high profile. I want you to get that right because you disrespect Mean Machine, and he's actually a good fighter. And I don't appreciate the way you disrespect these professional fighters sometimes because he's actually a good fighter. But at the end of the day, here's the deal, bro. They offered Danny Garcia his highest freaking payday. So the only reason why that fight didn't happen is because they were playing duck games, bro. And if you ain't gonna be honest about that and keep it a buck, then you ain't
okay,
respecting the sport of boxing.
hold,
Because you
hold,
know the
hold,
era we came up in. We didn't come up in the era where we
I,
think that type
I
of stuff was cool.
I can do that, Brim, if you can just stop weaving and wiggling around my question. You know, I'm the master at this shit.
I'm not
When it comes to
wiggling.
wisdom, yes,
I'm
you
putting
are, because
context.
I'm asking you. I'm
I'm putting
asking you a
context
question.
because
You're not
you
answering it.
I am
What good
I did
fights
answer it.
did Top Rank their stable since the Jeff Horn fight? Top Rank good fights did they put Bud in at 147? Because you weaving around my question because
I
you
answered
know
the
the
question.
answer was none. Was
I said that
none.
already. I said that already, though, bro. I already said it. There was no high profile fights. You say good fights. No, a
So
good fight and a high profile fight ain't always the
so
same thing.
that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying when he had the opportunity to get away from them, he should have because he
But there was
knew
no reason. But there
there
was
was no
no.
food. It was
But, yeah,
reason. No
no,
food
no,
for
it
him
wasn't.
at
Listen,
147.
you shouldn't have to. The thing is, if you have to do that as a fighter just to get a fight, then the sport of boxing is broken, bro. As simple as that. There is
Well, that's
no.
the case. It's been like that for years then.
It's
It
been
been
like
like
that for
that for
you.
you. It been like that for years then.
It has been, but here's another aspect though. So why did why did Wilder and Fury get made? Why did Wilder
All
and
right.
Fury two get made?
And I'm gonna answer that. I'm glad you mentioned that, right? Because the same shit that Keyshawn Davis trying to do with Frank Martin is the same thing that's happening, and the reason why it won't happen because you got to remember when they fought the first time, Wilder wasn't. I mean, Fury wasn't with Top Rank
No,
when they fought the first time.
he was just with Frank Warren.
Frank Martin. All right, look, promotional companies, and you know this, Brim, they're not going to cross promote unless they see some value and money into it. If it ain't no money into it, they're not quick to do it. That's why I get on the buddies so much because they talk so much shit, but yet they didn't support none of those bullshit fights. 'Cause I wouldn't give a damn if Bud Crawford fought 100 David Avocados. If he had a true fan base, right? If he had a true fan base that showed up and showed out for him, we probably could have got this Earl Spence fight a long time ago. Because you want to know why? Because they'd have felt like, okay, he doing numbers. He doing numbers. Okay, let's do the joint thing. Same shit with Tank and Ryan Garcia. They'd have never done that fight with
Can,
Golden Boy
can,
if
can I
they didn't feel like
can I
both of them could
respond?
have produced something.
Can I respond to that? Because you just gave
Go,
me
go,
2 points to be able to rebut what you're talking about.
well, give it to me.
Before the Wilder fight, what did Fury do that said that he was a draw? He was coming out. He was coming out of fat camp, bro. He was going through depression. What was there indication that said that Fury was was that draw? To this day, Fury is not that draw. I'm gonna tell you, I can explain to you why he's not that draw. The reason why Fury is adamantly searching for a fight is because he knows that he has to have the right dance partner to sell. He's not a Canelo. He's not an Anthony Joshua. He can't fight anybody and do numbers. He just can't because he doesn't have the drawing power that some people try to make out. And then you talk about Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia and Tank, yeah, that's an anomaly. Ryan Garcia had never been on pay per view before. They were basing that just because of his social media presence. So that was still a estimated risk. But the reason why they took that risk is because they knew they was fighting a fighter that was not on the same caliber or level. But see, with Terence Crawford, they know he's on the same caliber, on the same level, and may even be past that. So
Okay.
the risk was too high. So in other words, they on some sucker shit, ducking playing duck games for the essence of the sport. It always goes back to that. Everything that you say is cool and fine and dandy, but at the end of the day, it always goes back to that.
Brim, you don't
Because
think
it
for
was
1 minute
because
if
let me
they
tell you
would have
something.
supported Bud like they were supposed to, like they were supposed to, like hold on, let's take Bud out for a second. Remember what I said earlier about the this is why I say Frank Keyshawn Davis is pump faking, right? Because he know he can call out Frank Martin all he wants to. He know that fight not gonna never happen because who gonna put the money up for it? Because Keyshawn Davis not doing his part.
What do you mean he's not doing his part? The man is just now getting to the level to even be in the conversation. The man has what 8 fights? He's okay. Listen, we know that he some of that he's doing is it's kind of cap, right? But it's called building your profile. It's called talking that to get yourself in position so you can be able to get that fight. If you don't talk, we can't say Bud didn't do enough talking and then now get on Keyshawn Javis for talking. He's talking because he's building up the fight that could potentially happen down the road. And as they continue to build their resume, then that fight can have the value. So that now the business of boxing is included in this. But part of the business of boxer is the fighter to promote themselves and put themselves in a position to where the fight can happen.
Now
Uh,
watch this here, bro. Now can we agree at 135, Top Rank got the fighter at 135. Top Rank got the best stable of 135 pounders.
Okay, so you know what? Frank Martin should leave TBC to go fight because all the best fighters are 135. You see what I'm saying? You see how that sound?
Hold
Do you
on, hold
see
on,
how
hold
that
on,
sound?
hold on. I'm finna give it a flip. I'm finna give it a twist. Because watch this. This the twist I'm finna give it. This what I mean by Frank Keyshawn Davis not doing his part. He's doing good trying to promote, trying to talk up on it, things of that nature. But Top Rank, they the best matchmakers in the business. But at the same time, they need to match make, put that nigga in a high profile fight.
Yeah, but at the end of the day,
He
okay,
need to
here's
step
the
his competition up.
the thing is though, here's my issue with what you're saying about stepping up your competition. If you go look at his first 7 fights compared to every single champion and contender, he is far in higher competition than every single fighter almost that is in the game right now in their first 8 fights. Go look at Terence Crawford's first 8 fights. Go look at Spence's first 8 fights. Who did they fight, bro? Bags of trash. This man is
Okay.
actually. If you go look at the combined record of the fighters that Keyshawn Davis has fought, it is night and day compared to almost every champion except Loma probably. Comparing.
So let me ask you this question then, Brim. So can you agree with this? For all the shit that this young man talking, he say he want these big fights, right? His last fight was against Anthony Yidget.
And what was Anthony's Yidge's record?
I think he had a loss or two. He had
Eh,
a decent record,
Okay,
but
now
but
if we no, hold up, because you mentioned that, and I want to make sure we get the proper context. Now let's go look at Frank Martin's 7 fight, and who did he fight in the 7 fight? Was it a fighter that had only 1 or 2 losses, or was it a fighter with a losing record?
he might have fought a fighter with a losing record. But check this out.
But the butt
What
everything.
I'm
But
saying
when you
is
go
this
to
here,
butt, now you're
Brim.
going to bullshit though,
No,
bro.
no, no.
Everything after butt is bullshit.
I'm not going to no bullshit because guess what? Keyshawn Davis' next fight shouldn't be another Anthony Yidget.
I
Because
agree with that because he's because now his
I
profile is
just
raising.
said because his profile been raised and you're at top rank where they got the best stable of 135 pounds.
I agree. If his next fight is against a, least okay, so here's the deal. It doesn't have to be a name per se, but it has to be a fighter that has value and dangerous. But it's the same thing if we look at Morrell, right? At PBC. Morrell only has 8 fights, right? Oh damn, he's gone. Q dropped off. Oh man. Well listen everybody, my man Q done dropped off and Rebel I think is sleeping. We was having an interesting debate and Yes, buckle up. Bitch Fury fought Klitschko before Wilder. Wilder never did 500K pay-per-views or better until he fought Fury. Fury was the only one A-level fighter. Buckle up. I would say it's got to do with both of them though, because what did Fury do outside of that championship fight, which was considered one of the worst championship fights that we watched? Him and the Klitschko fight was a dreadful fight, and he was coming off a layoff. And the first fight didn't do big numbers. So we can't sit here and say, "Oh, Fury's the draw." I think both of them and the dynamics of the fight itself is what made that fight the draw for the second fight. It wasn't one person; it was a combination of both of them. Because if we take both of those fighters out of the equation of fighting themselves and then face them against somebody else, neither one of them are doing the numbers. The reason why Fury even fought Chisora for the third time, it wasn't because Chisora was the competition that he wanted to fight. It's because Chisora locally has a fan base and sells a fight. There was probably plenty other fighters that he could have fought that would have been a more competitive fight. But Fury can't sell the fight by himself. He does not have Canelo drawing power. And we got to be real about that. He doesn't. Because if he fights, matter of fact, what about the fights that he had after, the fights he had after the first Fury fight? Because remember, he fought Wallin and it was somebody else he fought. Neither one of those fights did jack shit. Neither one of them. So if neither one of those fights did any damn thing, that lets you know why Fury didn't have no gigantic drawing power, you know. So it takes two to tango, man. And at the end of the day, when people say, "Oh, Terence Crawford's resume is trash" and all this, I just don't see Errol Spence's resume being so phenomenal when I see Danny Garcia as a tune-up at 147. He's the best tune-up money can buy. He's a good fighter, but at 147, his greatest accomplishment was beating the Ghost Guerrero, bro. That's his greatest accomplishment at 147. That ain't saying much, bro. It's not. But they put so much value on it, and that's why I always say, if you give Terence Crawford Danny Garcia on his resume, their resumes are close to identical. And they talk about Spence beat world champions, previously defeated world champions. Terence Crawford beat undefeated world champions. But what hurt Terence Crawford's resume, quote unquote, is the fact that the people that he beat, after he beat them, some of them went on to lose more, which took some luster off of it. But people do not put enough value on the fact that when he beat them, they were the guys. They were the guys. Gamboa was an undefeated fighter. Gamboa ended up becoming a journeyman down the line, but at that time, who was he? I just don't see Spence's resume being so illustrious. This is not 1980. I don't see no Hagler, no Hearns, and none of that on his resume. Spence's best fight is Porter, bro. And Bud fought that same Porter. But we take credit away from Bud. When that fight was happening with Bud, and again, at that time, I can honestly say I probably would have rolled with Spence more than I rolled with Bud. When you look at that dynamics, at that time when that fight was coming into play, everybody said, "Oh, Bud got to fight Porter, the litmus test. This is the test to see if he can do it." Some people were saying Bud was going to lose to Porter, right? When Bud beat Porter, everything changed. All Porter was ready to retire, ready to quit, yada yada. But people forget that Porter said upon fighting Spence that he was looking to retire after fighting Spence. So the same rules apply. Just give both of the guys credit for what they were able to accomplish from who they fight. Period. Everybody finds a way to downplay what the fighter has done in front of the fighter that they're facing. It is what it is, bro. Y'all gotta stop the cap. Like this whole Kell Brook thing. I disagree with every Terence Crawford fan saying that he fought the better Kell Brook in comparison to Spence. He didn't. Who gives a fuck? These guys are fucking professional fighters, bro. He lost to Spence. He lost to Bud. End of story. Did Spence fight a little bit better version? I think so, but it ain't enough to go through, make a whole bunch of videos on my damn channel about it. It's not that. It's not that valuable. It's not. Spence and Bud fans put value on shit that don't fucking matter when these two guys get in the ring. That shit don't matter, bro. What matters is what their style is, what they're gonna do to execute against each other, and that's what we should be weighing these merits of this fight on. Not about he fought a weaker Kell Brook or Spence is this and fuck all that, man. Fuck all that, for real. But I do have Bud winning by stoppage in the 10th round. But for me to sit here and say Spence has no chance would be fugazi of me. And at the same token, it takes away value from Bud beating Spence if he does beat Spence. Why do we keep on? And the Spence fans are doing the same thing. They're taking value away from Bud. So if Spence does beat Bud, you didn't took all this value off of him. So you want me to praise you now after you didn't devalued him and said he ain't this and said he ain't that? Just put some respect on both of these guys, bro. They fucking stepped up to the plate and made the fight, and we didn't think. Some of us didn't think it was gonna happen, and it happened because both of them did what they had to do to make the fight. They both had to make concessions. Bud was, but the reason why I was so pissed off with Spence is because I felt like Spence didn't put his foot down and say, "Guys, you make this fight no matter what. If you have to make a couple concessions, you make them. You can't get every fucking thing. I was told a long time ago, when a great fight is made, no side is 100% happy about it. Why? Because both sides have to make some type of concessions. But Spence fans is sitting here telling Terence Crawford he has to make all the fucking concessions just because he's the B side. He has to just kiss his ass of everything. And then they use Floyd Mayweather versus De La Hoya. Errol Spence is no fucking De La Hoya. That's the first thing, guys. He's not. They might have played the game to get in position to do so, but the reality is he is not. Is he a good champion? Absolutely. But you guys are reaching for the stars if you believe that Bud was supposed to just take everything. I'm actually glad that his second set of lawyers, which I was getting in an argument about, but Master Khalifa said I was lying about it, which turned out to be Stephen Brimley's right. Is that Stephen Brimley? He was right. Terence Crawford, first lawyers looked over it. He decided to agree to the terms. When they got everything in front of them, the second lawyer said, "There's something wrong with this. This ain't the move. I don't think they really want to fight. You should not do this." And Bud said that. And I told y'all that. But people say I'm lying. And I still get people when I be on enemy territories, you want to call it, or pro Spence channels, they'll say, "Oh, Brimley be lying." Nah, bro. I just apply common sense. And the application of common sense on what transpired when I listen to what these guys are telling us and seeing what's transpiring, it's common sense approach. I try to take a common sense approach. I don't try to take an approach that's going to slant me towards Bud or an approach that's going to slant me towards Spence. So I'm going to piss off both sides because I'm going to try to look at it for what it actually is, and I'm not going to look at it to say, find a way to tilt it towards Bud or find a way to tilt it towards Spence. And it's okay if you do that because you're a fan of the fighter. There's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just going to keep the beam with you, and you're not going to use that against me because I decide to try to keep it a beam. I'm not in front of my computer. I don't know if anybody else is still on. Shout out to my brother Rebel Life, who is probably sleeping now. And I appreciate y'all tuning in to the Is That Stephen Brimley takeover to Rebel Life's channel. Because I don't know how long it's going to run with his ass sleeping. But at the end of the day, we got the fight. I'm very happy with the fight. And I believe it's going to be a goodie. Is it a little late? Yeah. But it's good. I think both of these guys still got it. But I just don't believe Spence will not make the mistakes that he has made in his previous couple fights and clean those up to the point where he'll get the victory. Can he do it? Yes. Will he do it? Time will tell. But I don't think he will. And I think that's a fair assessment. You can disagree with me and say, I think Spence is going to win, but you can't look at my disposition and say it's fugazi, it's bullshit. We have evidence that shows that this could possibly happen. We have evidence that shows that Spence could be able to possibly dominate Bud because Bud has errors in his game as well. And once I think we start looking at fighters like that, we enjoy the fighters. We have the guys that we have favorites, but we look at them honestly. Then we can actually have legitimate conversations about these fights without all the disrespect. When people put up pictures of him being beat like he's Toby, that's corny shit, bro. And I'm not gonna lie, there are a few Bud slanted channels that move corny style, that have no accountability, and that's really what a Bud Buddy is about, and what really a Earl Sexual is about, where they have no accountability for that fighter. They don't look at things objectively. They only look at it subjectively to benefit who they like. That's why I made my little goofies list and all that. The Bud Buddy list, the Aerosexual list. I got my Capping for Canelo list. I got Bad Bitches for Benavides. I got the ADD list. This is the Active Donkeys for Devin. I created these lists for the extreme fandom in a fun way to take away the vitriol amongst the fans of the fighters. That's what I did it for. But I think I'm about to get up out of here, though, guys. Let me see. I'm gonna read what you're saying. Craig Smith. Listen, I'm a big Crawford fan. As a matter of fact, I have him, especially when he beats Spence, top 5 fighters of all time. That's how he is in my book. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I can't put him in the top 5 all time. I think he gets he gets in that top 20 range for me. But I don't see a man that has fought killer up on killer up on killer. Part of that is not Bud's fault, but it's just the reality. He has not fought killer up on killer up on killer for me to say that I can put him in top 5 all time. He believe be all time great. Absolutely, top 5 all time. Sorry, I grew up in a different era, bro. I can't do it. Now, if he goes up and beats Jamal and takes his title, let's say it's male. I always mix up their names. Um, let's say that Bud beats Spence, right? And younger Charlo beats Zoo. Let's say they fight and they beat Zoo, and then them two go to fight each other. If he's to beat him, then we can start talking about maybe he be in that top 5, top 10 range. But he has to face some killers. Miss Bitch, interesting name. He don't need Jamal. No, he doesn't. But if you're going to talk about top 5 all time, yeah, he got to do something like that. Top 5 is for the most spectacular, the ones that go way above and beyond. I can't put Terence Crawford on the same level. He can fight Tim Zoo. Yeah, as if Tim Zoo beats Charlo. I believe. I don't think some people think Charlo's not gonna fight Zoo. I think Charlo's got too much pride not to. Even if he's coming off a layoff and now the fight is closer to a 50-50 fight because of that, because Zoo has gotten more seasoned, his punching placement has gotten better. So the fight is still, I still have Charlo, but not by a lot. But if he beats him, then Bud should fight the winner of them two. Oh, okay. Let me see what somebody said here. Uh, Yep, Cybo, you're right. If he beats Charlo, then maybe we talking. Zay, you on my page. I see Don said he sees Spence outboxing Bud for 12 rounds. It can happen, but to outbox somebody means that, you outthought him. You outmaneuvered him. Spence has not been put in the position to have to outmaneuver somebody. This will be the first time he's going to have to do this. Bud has been in a position we had to outdog somebody. Um, Hold on one second. I'm seeing people talking. Let me see. Quentin, you take Charlo for the money. I hear you. If it happens, if Bud beats Spence and that fight happen, we can talk about it. Yep. Now, sorry, but he lost to Castano and Harrison. Dudes really think Tim Zoo can't beat Charlo? Absolutely, bro. Here's the thing about Jamel, right? Jamel's fault is that he does not make in-fight adjustments. He doesn't. He does not make good in-fight adjustments, and that's why those fights played out the way that they played out. But then when he goes to rematch them, he makes those adjustments. So what makes you think that Tim Zoo or Terence Crawford couldn't beat him if they do something that makes him uncomfortable that he can't adjust to? Because he has a history of not making adjustments in the fight. He makes them on the rematch, right? So don't rule out that okay, hold up. I just said something else. Oh, Craig, name of my channel is unbiased. It says, is that is my name? Is that Stephen Brimley? unbiased Brim Reaper. So if you type in unbiased Brim, Brim, and then Reaper, you'll be able to pull me up. And I appreciate if you even, if you tune into my little mess from here to there. Now, Don, you said Bud doesn't move like he did at 140. They're correct. But there is a reason why he is sitting down on his punches. He has actually become a more powerful puncher as he's moved up in weight. So he's a person that's going to be in front of you more often than not. So he's not going to move like he did at 135 and 140 because he's looking to land more powerful shots. So that for you to do that, you have to stand in front of the fighter or you have to calculate and measure the fighter that you're facing. So that's expected. It's expected. And I believe Evan was a actual test for himself to see how he's going to approach Spence fight. And if you notice, he fought the fight in the pocket. He gauged a lot of things in the pocket. So some of the things that we saw from the Avenesian fight, we're going to see in the Spence fight. Some, not all, but some. Um, oh, Craig, Rebel is, I think, sleep, bro. Because Q dropped off. We haven't heard Rebel in a minute. So I'm just, keeping y'all going and we're talking. And I appreciate y'all still staying tuned. But this is the unbiased Brim Reaper takeover, pretty much. But okay, now Don, you said Bud gets hit a lot now at 147. He's a slow starter. Do you know that Errol Spence gets hit more per round than Terence Crawford? It's 10-8. Spence gets hit more than Bud. Listen, everybody gets hit, bro. And another thing, Don, if we look at how Terence Crawford has fought and how he maneuvers, sometimes I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna, let me make sure I phrase this right, because I'm not gonna say, oh, he allows himself to get hit. Sometimes he's in position to get hit and he's testing to see how much you got. Because if he knows that you can't knock him out, you only can sting him, then there's no reason for him not to continue to be aggressive and to do the things that he does at 147. Are you guys remembering? There's not a fighter at 147 that made it to the last bell in the 12th round. Y'all got to keep that in mind. And that's why I be looking at some of y'all who are on the Spence side crazy saying it's impossible for Bud to be able to do that. You're crazy. It's definitely possible. Now, Don, you said Errol Spence throws hella punches per round. What's Bud's going to do if he starts slow? All right, so you probably wasn't here when I stated this before. Errol Spence throws hella punches, but he is not going to throw the same amount of hella punches versus Terence Crawford. Two reasons why. One, when you throw hella punches, you leave yourself open for counters. So Errol Spence is a smart guy. He's not an idiot. He's not going to go into that ring and just throw caution to the wind. He could do that versus Porter. He could do that against these other fighters. Bud is on a higher level. He's not, neither one of these guys have fought each other on the level that they are fighting. They're going to have to do, both of them do some things differently. It's going to be calculated aggression. So I'll speak on behalf of Spence winning now. If Spence is to win this fight, he's going to put pressure, but it's going to be calculated. You're going to actually see feints from Spence too. He's going to feint his jab much more than he ever has to set up his body shots. His jab, all those punches, most of those jabs don't land, bro. Since Spence has been back after the accident, his jab percentage went down almost 10% on landing, bro. The sixth round that he got hurt against Ugas, he was over 28 with his jabs. His jab is a table setter. It's to set up other punches, bro. So what he's going to do is he's going to use the jab. He'll probably feint with the jab and feint with the jab to be able to get in close to land body shots because his goal is to wear down Terence Crawford because that's how Errol Spence wins fights. Because contrary to Errol Spence fan belief, Errol Spence is not a one punch knockout guy. And the reason why is because his style, you see what he is doing and how he's coming. He doesn't hit you with shots you don't see. So, as a fighter and a person that used to train, if I can brace for your shot, but I see it coming, it may not have the same effect on me and knock me out compared to a punch that I don't see. And that's the biggest reason why I do have Bud winning the fight. All right, hold on one second. What just happened? Hold on one second. Is he still on or is he gone? Okay, he dropped off, but we're still live though. I wanted to stay with you here. Yes, volumes you have to get the high guard up. Okay, you're comparing to Goku and Vegeta. Man, you're hearing all that. Pour lemon on the salt of the fish. What if Spence feels Bud's power and he eats it? What is for Bud? Okay, here's the deal, Don. There's no way on God's green earth that Bud hits Spence with his best shot that Spence doesn't see and it won't affect him. Sorry, it's going to affect him. If he doesn't see it coming, if he sees it coming, which he could be to offset that by his calculated aggression to put in positions to see when Bud is making those pivots to land those counter shots, then yes, he may be able to take Bud's best shot and be to continue to come at him because he's prepared himself to see those shots and the angles that Bud utilizes to land those shots that he normally most people normally don't see. But in turn, that means Errol Spence has to do something different. The thing is, from Terence Crawford's side and the Errol Spence side, everybody thinks that what they have done to this point is enough to dominate the other fighter. I disagree. Bud cannot fight Spence the same way he has always fought. He can use aspects of it, but he's going to have to do some things differently. Errol Spence cannot come in there with this full aggression, throwing a whole bunch of punches, because if he gets countered with a shot he can't see, it will hurt him. The punches that you don't see hurt more because you only have 10 seconds to recover. It may not even been a more powerful punch, but because you didn't see it, you were not able to brace your body, prepare yourself for the shot. Therefore, when your body reacts to the shot, you're on the canvas and you only have 10 seconds left. That's where I believe Terence Crawford will win the fight because Spence has to do something that he's not comfortable doing, and Spence doesn't do it as often as Terence Crawford does. So, him having to be out of his element, if he's able to execute out of his element, then mark my words, if Errol Spence operates out of his element well, he will beat Bud Crawford. But we don't have any evidence against a top fighter that he can do so to the degree that he needs to. Not saying that he can't, but evidence has not shown us that he's had to or been in a position to execute in that way. You know what I mean? And I mean, you can disagree with me, and I understand if you do. But I'm just trying to be objective, not subjective, to root for whatever fight I'm rooting for. I'm just trying to give keys to seeing how Spence will win this fight, and keys to see how Bud will win this fight. All right, hold on a second. CBS free championship high caliber fight. You got to see that for free. Oh yeah, Craig. That's when I was a champion of PBC when they was putting the fights on for free. When they was doing all that, but they lost their way because they weren't able to execute it and they didn't have a good plan B. So just to speak on that a little bit, when it comes to PPC having the year that they're having, I am happy that they're having the year that they're having because when they have the year that they're having, that means that the best fights are being made. And when the best fights are being made, as a fight fan, we get to see what we want to see. But we have to be honest. Part of the reason why this is happening is because there is absolute pressure on PBC and Showtime to perform. Because if they operated in 2023 like they did in 2022, there will be no more Showtime boxing. So they're operating under pressure. And obviously, they operate under pressure very well. So I want them to stay under pressure because under pressure, they get the job done. So Paramount, keep applying the pressure on Showtime and PBC to execute because they look like they're going to execute under pressure. And if they execute under pressure, then PBC stays around with Showtime because again, I've learned in my own mistakes that PBC is not a promotional company. It's like a television show. And Tom Brown and other promoters bring their fighters to be on this show. So if Showtime falters and they scale back boxing, PBC could easily just slide right on over to Matchroom. Well, not Matchroom, but to the Zone, because the Zone is a platform. Matchroom is the promotional company on the platform. Um, I heard that Bud is going to stand in front of. I think you meant to say I heard Bud is going to stand in front of Spence. Um, Don, I believe that he will to some degree. Now he's not going to do it recklessly, but what I believe an avenue that he's going to utilize is that Spence is dangerous when he has rhythm and he's able to get into form and get settled into his punches. He's like a locomotive, like a train. Once you start going downhill, it's hard be hard to stop it. So I can see Bud applying smart pressure, not reckless pressure, but the type of pressure where Spence goes with his lead jab. He goes over his lead jab, and then he goes and smothers him, land a couple shots, smothers Spence. So now he can't do the work that he normally does, and he also has to take a step back. If you look in the Ugas fight, Spence had to take that step back to reset. If if Bud early in the fight is making Errol Spence do that all the time or multiple times within a round, Spence never can get his rhythm because Spence is a rhythm fighter, believe it or not. So if he keeps Spence off a rhythm with calculated pressure, then what he can do, and you don't do that the whole fight, because I believe if Bud tried to do that the whole fight, he will end up paying for it. But if he does that to start the fight off, and then from there, let Spence then turn it around and let Spence try to engage the pressure. If Spence is not comfortable and now Spence is engaging the pressure, you can make mistakes that way. So it's like a bait and switch in a way. Like he would come off of pressure and then bait Spence to bring the pressure, and then because Spence is not comfortable and has not get into a rhythm, he may be susceptible to make a mistake, and then he can counter over the top of that and make him pay. Bud fought fighters. Let me see what y'all saying. Hold on one second. All right. All right, let me see. Dan said fighters at 147, but if I didn't see the punch coming, Porter, Khan, Brooke, Benavidez, Mean Machine, Jeff Horn. Absolutely. That's why I have the prediction that I have. Pop with the drop. I don't see this fight 50-50. You got it 70-30 for Spence. And listen, you have that right. But the reason why I can no way in God's green earth say it's 70% on Spence's side, since he got the accident, and Spence's admitted he's not quite the same fighter. He has let Bud fill into the 147 role, so the size advantage that he had will not be as much as y'all think it will be going in this fight. Terence Crawford walks around at 170, y'all. He's not a little guy. He's actually pretty damn strong, y'all. And he got a lot of dog. And so does Spence. Also, when Spence goes into this fight versus Bud, he will have the same amount of days layoff as Josh Taylor. 469 days. Exact same amount of days. Josh Taylor got his ass whooped by T.O. Not saying it's the same thing and it applies, but being out of the ring 469 days means something, guys. And I don't want Spence fans to use it as excuses if he loses, but it's just a fact. There's nothing like fighting. You can spar till the sun come on. It helps, but it's nothing like being in the actual ring. Um, Sayabo said he's going to stand in front of Spence and dog him out strategically. Spence drops his left when he goes to the body. Check left from the rock Spence. Yeah, and not only that he does that, he actually kind of throws it without looking. He just puts his head down when he does that. So that's another aspect that can get him in trouble. Um, Let me see. Hold up. Philly Swag. What's up, Philly Swag? Spence ain't no rhythm fighter. He's more of a workhorse that tries to work you out. But you have to get into rhythm as a workhorse. If I start a horse, when the horse first starts running, he's not at his peak speed. It's once he gets running and he continues to run, then reaches his peak speed. So if you're gonna compare him to a horse has to get a rhythm. They have to continuously be able to go in that direction straight, or they'll lose speed. Spence is a workhorse, but he's a workhorse based off volume and rhythm. When you have Spence on his back foot, which Porter was able to do at times when he was spinning them around, he made Spence uncomfortable at times. And when he did that, he had to reset. He wasn't in his rhythm. That's what I mean by the rhythm. Craig, that watch this, you heard it from here, but Bud is going to knock Spence out with a body shot. I've heard a couple people say that. I mean, he did it to Dungo. It could happen. It could not happen. We'll get a chance to find out and see. Damn, Taylor was rusty as hell. I picked him to win and he got whooped. Exactly. Exactly, bro. It's just something to look at. I only believe this fight is happening is because the bag and payday. Pop with a drop. I was arguing with my man Q. I believe that as well to some degree because this fight should have already been happened, but the business of boxing gets in the way. And I always feel like when the business of boxing oversees the sport, I have an issue. I have no issue with business being business, but it should not be business being business to the point where it takes the sport away. When you take the sport out, I'm going to have an issue because it's supposed to be a sport. It's supposed to be competition, right? Once you have effectively made the business way supersede the sport, then I'm gonna have an issue with that. Spence is like a locomotive. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. A locomotive picks up speed as it continues to run. If you knock off that rhythm, if you stop a locomotive, then when it starts again, it's at 0 miles per hour. It takes a while to get back to that speed. That's how I look at Spence. Um, I see Saba with the bars. Honestly speaking, I think Derek James is a better trainer. Now, Miss Bitch, check this out. Derek James is a phenomenal trainer. There's no doubt about it. Anybody that says he's not is just hating. Because the truth of the matter is, Derek James is a great trainer, a great trainer. But people disrespect, Bud's training team because it's much more than just Bomac. There are some people that is involved with Bud that are phenomenal. They're just very low key. They don't need the limelight and the publicity. So does Errol have an advantage on that? Quite possibly. But it's a little bit overstated. It is overstated, y'all. He has a great team, bro. Read about it and find out, bro. I ain't going to speak too much more about it, but find out all the people that's part of his camp. It's more than just Bomac. Bomac is family to him. He known Bud since before he was born. Pretty much. He knew Bud when he was in his mama's stomach, bro. So that's family ties. But if you look at all the people that's involved with Bud in his training camp, there's some phenomenal trainers as part of that team that don't want that type of limelight and don't need it. So don't understate Bud's team. But yes, Derek James is an advantage to Errol Spence. Derek James will make sure Errol Spence is in the best position he possibly can be to win. And that cannot be understated. Um, Nobody likes body shots, Danny. Nobody. He said Errol's going to find out that Bud's body shots are going to hurt. He's going to tell Jerry James to agrees the hot man. I can't with you. Yeah, you wild. Unbelievable. Um, Herbie thinks Bud is going to make James throw in the towel. Hey, we get a chance to find out. Yep, Siable. Sal is the one that brings the peace. Red, Bomac, Bernie is actually a trainer as well. Bernie, I'm telling you, bro, he has a good team, bro, of people that train with him. But listen, Derek James is a different beast to some degree. Derek James is the truth, bro, as a trainer. Yeah, I seen the meme with the Cheetos bag. It was funny. People, hey, listen, that's an all good comedy, and you gotta take that at a grain of salt. At the end of the day, that shit ain't gonna help neither fighter, bro. You know, his Cheeto bag. But listen, guys, I'm at work. I gotta get back to finishing doing what I gotta do. I would hope the Rebel wakes up and able to end his live, but I appreciate y'all tuning in. And again, shout out to my man Rebel Life Boxing, man, real one. He actually created my graphic to my channel. So if you guys want to check me out, you know, it's Unbiased Fan Brim Reaper. Is that Stephen Brimley? Shout out to my brother E Thriller, the Black Picasso. Shout out to all the other people, because I'm not going to be mentioning other people on somebody else's channel like that. But there's some really solid people that's on both sides of the fence, Spence and Bud. There are some solid people, just like my man Q and Big Fish. But I'm not for the goofy stuff, But y'all have a blessed night. Until next time, it's Rebel Life. We out.